Hello there.
what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the meme stream. I am the host of the nightmare, Shark300, and I'm happy to have you. Hope you all are doing well. I am back. I have returned. Oh, and I have some seggies for you all. We got some interesting stuff to talk about today. Excuse me if I'm a little disjointed here. I had to move my entire computer setup because my room actually sits right below the kitchen, and the kitchen sink flooded, and some of the sink water poured into my walls. And so and then a little piece of the drywall came off when it got soaking wet. And so I just moved my computer to the other side of the room and just kept it pushing for now. Again, yeah, it happens. It be that way. As I said, we just keep it pushing. We keep it pushing. Nothing like that can stop me. Do you need donations to fix it up? No, I'm fine. If you would like to tip, you can tip. But no, I'm not. it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I'll never say no to a tip if you would like to tip. But don't think you need to save my life or anything. I will be okay. I do appreciate you all though. Yeah, nothing can stop us now. How do you add adjectives to emotes? I'm pretty sure it's a colon. You do a colon and then you just type it in. No space, I'm pretty sure. But Ghost of Avalon, thanks for 37 months in a row. Hello there. Hey friendo, nice to see you. Good to see you. Thanks for the 37 months in a row remaining. Incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you, Kiwi Bird, as well. Thanks for the 7 months in a row. What a wild show it's gonna be. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, Jackie Sins, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships on the YouTube channel. Wow. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for the love. Listen, if you're watching on YouTube, happy to have you. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. It costs you nothing, and it helps other people see the stream too. What more could you want? To have extra chatters chatting in your chat, huh? You could bounce off the most hilarious of memes off of. Howdy Shark, what's up, Tip? How you doing? How you doing? What's going on?
Shark.
Yeah. All right. No, it's gonna be quite an interesting day. So I'm happy to have you all. Oh man.
Shark. Pog.
So yeah, I did. As you can see, I did move the computer around a bit. I used to be there, like right here. You see this? This is where I used to be. So now you can see what I guess the wall where the back of my computer was sitting, what that looks like. Man, it's at this point I've streamed from like almost every angle. I've streamed from almost every angle. Well, I guess I've streamed from just about every angle of my room, right? Like it used to be that wall, and so you could see that way, which is the door. And then there is where most of you all saw me streaming from. And now I'm on this wall, the exact opposite side of the wall. Closet stream when? I think there's a bunch of streamers streaming from their closet already, but if you know what I mean. Yeah, hopefully you guys are doing well. Hopefully you guys are chilling, vibing. Anything fun going on with you all? But yeah, we have a lot of stuff to talk about today. A whole lot of memes. I tell you what. We have. As you can see, Candace Owens is actually being attacked by the Nazi right because she has gone too Nazi for them. She has accused too many people of being a Jew. For the Nazis, and they've started to get angry with her, including King Nazi Fuentes. So I want to talk about that. That got really funny. As well as Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate getting clipped once again. A lot of people forgot that they are actually in a court case at the moment over human trafficking, sex trafficking, kidnapping, sexual assault, pimping, and other various crimes, some even including their connections to the Romanian mob as well, beatings, stuff like just a whole bunch of terrible things. But now you can add assault of a minor on top of that too, because they recently got clipped for that. I want to go over that story. It is incredibly insane. And there's a lot of stuff that came out about that, and I'm glad I'm covering this just like a teensy bit late, because there's a lot of stuff that came out since that story first broke that I'm actually pretty happy I waited for, because yeah, things have gotten kind of crazy. On top of that, I did also want to talk about Horny posting. Fox News and Donald Trump himself have done very weird Horny posting like over Kamala Harris in the last since she joined into the race. So I wanted to touch on that a bit, because that is also a very weird wrinkle to this election cycle that not too many people have talked about. I like done like a straight up video on, so I want to do that here soon, or I guess today. So we'll talk about that as well. The girls really are fighting, and it's quite sad. It's quite sad indeed. Miss Shark and you had your anniversary yet? Yes, we did. We had our anniversary the 7th of this month, actually, our 1-year anniversary. So yeah, it's been quite a while. It's been quite a while. It's kind of wild, ain't it? Yeah, a whole year, and a whole year. Love you, baby. She's over there. She's in her makeup. She's trying to fall asleep in her makeup. You know, girls. You know, girls. They can barely control themselves. But yeah, thank you for the congratulations. Thank you for that. Tyrannix, thanks for the gifted sub. Thank you, Bucko. Thank you, Bucko. Thank you. Rip pillowcase? Yeah, but like, you can say rip pillowcase for a couple of reasons. She got her hair dyed red again. So, you know, she's gonna sit her big ass hair on my fucking pillowcase and destroy it with her hair dye. That's happening soon. She gets her hair dyed every like couple months, and it fucks up the pillowcase even more. So, you know, I mean, I only spent $300 on a premium you know, sheet set, so it doesn't really matter if you think about it. You know, whatever, I guess. So yeah, you know. The anniversary is on the 29th. Oh, congratulations. Wow, whole year. So long. I think pillows are so cool. Yeah, right? After the woke left took the green M&M sexy boots away. Yeah, now they're gonna now we can't even sexy post about Kamala Harris. Cringe. Woke left at it again. Also, I want to do a segment sometime. I have to do some research on this, but chat, did you know this? That Candace Owens' white husband, what's his name? What's this guy's name? Wait, let me see. George Farmer. Candace Owens' white husband, his name is George Farmer. George Farmer is a British is like a British millionaire who's the son of a British like Senate parliamentarian, and also founder of like a trading company, meddling commodity company, who used to be the owner of Parler before they coerced the mentally unstable Kanye West to try to buy the company because it was failing from right under him. Apparently that guy, her husband, has been friends with Andrew Tate since before Andrew Tate started sex trafficking and raping women for money, actually. And apparently they've known each other for a really long time. And that's how Candace Owens got introduced to the Tate brothers. And so she's known about the Tate brothers for a really long time and knows about the happenings behind the scenes. She just hasn't said anything about it. Like, she actually knows them personally because her husband is Andrew Tate's friend and has been since he, was in kickboxing and then started sex trafficking women for money. And so when you see Candace Owens defend Andrew Tate, it comes from like a personal standpoint, because she's He's literally actually her unironic friend in real life as well. Something really weird. Take a look at this. This guy caught it. This guy is like a Tate brothers sort of independent journalist. He keeps track of their whereabouts and their crimes that they document on the internet. And this is a picture, and this is a screen cap from a Candace Owens insane Instagram rant video that she did like about a week ago or so now, from her like office, her study or whatever. And he caught something super interesting on the wall right here. Do you see that? That's a picture of of her husband and Andrew Tate on the wall in her study, in her home in Tennessee. Actually sitting right behind her as she does work is somebody who is like one step below Jeffrey Epstein when it comes to international sex trafficking of children. I thought that this was super wild. I didn't even notice that. I didn't even notice it. It wouldn't. I was like, whoa, what the hell? So yeah, I want to talk about that soon, like her links to the Tate brothers, because it's so weird and it's so deep too. It's way deeper than you'd expect. Let me put out a little I'm streaming tweet. We're live. Yeehaw. Here we go. And give me a little sharky.cc/live. You love to see it. Boom. That's amazing. She looks bad, man. She knows women, but spiritual. Yeah, her rants have been kind of insane. I'm gonna change the light color. I don't want it to be this green. We can do a little pink. We can get a little pinky, just a little bit as a treat. Make it just a tiny bit darker. Like a little bit, yeah. Yeah, that works. Gee, right? It's so weird. It's so such a peculiar person. Such a peculiar person. Yeah, you guys want to do a little chat about the state of the race? I wasn't really prepared for this, but I guess we can yap about it a little bit. What do you guys think? Like where we are now, what is it? A couple days, like next week until Labor Day. Labor Day is when that happens, and then the race is like really on. What are we racing? Democracy. And if we lose, it's over. It's a pink slip race. Only the bet is our country. You know how it is. Yeah, can I shark Kornacki you guys real quick? Yeah, only real racists understand. Also, did you know that RFK just got revealed that RFK defiled another animal's body? Did you guys hear about that? Environmental groups are now suing him. My bad. Environmental groups are now calling for an investigation of him after he revealed that he found a dead whale washed up on the beach and then cut off its head with a chainsaw and threw it into his car. I just don't know why he keeps collecting dead animal bodies and then like defiling them for fun. It's very strange. It's very peculiar behavior. Environmental groups call for investigation of RFK chainsawing whale head. Chainsaw Man? Environmental advocacy organization called for an investigation into RFK Jr. following a resurfaced interview where his daughter said he cut off a dead whale's head with a chainsaw. He cut off the whale's head with a chainsaw in or around 1994 after finding out it was washed up on Squaw Island in Hyannis Port, Massachusetts. His daughter said. His daughter, Kick Kennedy, what are these names? Told a magazine in 2012. He bungee corded it to the roof of the family's minivan and drove it to Mount Kisco, New York. She said, every time we accelerated on the highway, whale juice would pour out into the windows of the car, and it was the rankest thing on the planet, she said. But we all had plastic bags over our head with mouth holes cut out, and people on the highway were giving us the finger, but it was just a normal day. But it was just normal day-to-day stuff for us. That's not okay. This is why people call you weird. There's something wrong with you. So now, chat, we have a pattern of behavior of him defiling animal bodies. It's just like desecrating animal corpses. Yeah, like there was the dead bear cub. So he desecrates animal corpses. He desecrates women's bodies by assaulting them. It's just like, what is this man? He's such a freak. There's a reason why he got kicked out of the Kennedys. There's a reason why they don't invite him over for Christmas anymore. And the windows were down too. It spilled into the car. He didn't even have the decency to just roll up the windows too. So this guy was like swerving on the highway as like dead whale juice came sloshing through the windows like it was some like gross, gory Disney wild, like Wet and Wild ride full of like rotting whale viscera. Just like, what is happening? Who are you? I don't like you people. Thank you, Grumpy Queer, for the $2. Got to chip in for a creator I like. I appreciate you. Thanks for the tip. Thank you for the tip. Helping the stream continue on. I appreciate you. Why was it this Kennedy? Listen. Oh, listen, if you're asking why he hasn't been assassinated, wait, did you see this? Secret Service protection ends after RFK suspends his campaign. Do they have like a poly market, betting market for if RFK is going to live through this election cycle? They should have a poly market betting a betting market for who's the next Kennedy who's going to kick the bucket. What do you think? I'd definitely put my money on on Junior here. I don't think he'd make it. I don't think he's gonna make it. Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys. Yeah, Secret Service was like, nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys. We can stop following him. You're good. You're good, buddy. Don't sweat it. Don't even sweat it. Wait, you get SS protection if you run for president? You get Secret Service protection if you run for president and poll high enough in like reputable pollsters. The I forget which department does it, but the department does like two things. I think there's like two criteria you have to make. You have to like poll. I think they look at RCP or 538. You have to poll like at 5% and like RCP under 538, and then you have to, I think, raise a certain amount of money. And then you like qualify for Secret Service protection. RFK did not qualify for Secret Service protection, but after that mass shooting at Trump's rally, they gave him protection anyways. He threw like a hissy fit because he wasn't getting protection. But he was too much of a loser to actually get protection because he wasn't polling high enough. But yes, you do get a Secret Service protection, and when you're one of, and I think if you're polling high enough again, or if you're one of the two main party candidates like after the convention, you start getting national security briefings as well. I mean, Trump's getting national security briefings at the moment, so I do know that. I don't remember exactly the criteria. It might be the two main parties. You might have to, I don't know, for a third party, maybe if you're polling high enough, like you might start getting those briefings too. But yeah. Okay, brain falls out like JFK. Just whoop, whoop. We can take a day off. Here's my thing, okay? Here's my thing on third parties, okay? I really don't believe that. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I simply do not believe that Jill Stein or Cornel West are going to have a real impact on this election cycle. I just don't. I just don't believe so. I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm gonna be really honest with you. I don't think there's gonna be a real impact with either of them running. Like taking votes away from like Kamala or Trump, honestly, or swinging the election in any way. Yes, I think the election's probably gonna be close, but I really just don't think that they're going to make an appreciable effect on the election. Didn't West drop out? No. As far as I know, he didn't drop out. Whoops, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Cornel West did not drop out of the race. Yeah, the people who vote for either of them probably weren't gonna vote for the main party candidates anyways. So I just don't think it really makes that big of a difference. Honestly, like a lot of people keep saying that in 2016, Jill Stein took more voters, had more voters than Hillary Clinton's margins of loss in 2016. But that also like necessitates you believing that all of the Jill Stein voters, or like 80% of the Jill Stein voters, were going to vote for Kamala Harris if Jill Stein wasn't running, which I simply don't believe. I don't believe that's true. On top of that, like Gary Johnson took 4 million votes to Jill Stein's 1 million votes nationwide, and he definitely takes more votes from Donald Trump than he did Hillary Clinton. So Jorgson or Johnson, whatever, like Gary Johnson, he took 4 times the votes than Jill Stein did, but Clinton still lost. So I don't know. I just really don't feel like, I feel like she literally didn't do anything. It's just though here's my opinion. I think the Stein spoiler cope was made by the Democratic elite to make sure that they never have to actually think that some of their candidates are actually worse at winning elections than Donald Trump. I think that's what it really is. That they don't want to have to think about the fact that their candidates might be more ass than Donald Trump. I'm not saying they have worse politics than him. I'm just saying they're simply more ass, which is very sad. Very sad indeed. I am not still muted. Why are you going muted? I am not muted right now. I'll get you. Yeah, some of those voters would have voted for Clinton. Some of those voters would have stayed home. Somehow would have voted for Donald Trump, honestly, but we just don't know which. I just don't believe that if she wasn't running that Clinton would have won. I still think she would have lost 100%. Yeah, Hillary can't cope with the fact that she's bad at politics. Crazy, isn't it? But okay, chat. You wanna do a little you wanna do a little state of the race, huh? Just for a little bit of fun. Alan, thanks for the tier 2 subscription. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate you. Favorite emotes out for Alan. Thank you so much for the sub on the site. And joining the frenzy and being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you. Talk my hospital bill down from 35K to 3K. Enjoy some cash that would have funded a terrible industry. Yo, crazy. Yo, where'd you hear that from? Because I know I've talked about it on stream. I'm not trying to take credit for it or anything. I'm just saying that, like, once again, chat, this is definitive proof. If you get a bill from the hospital, ask for an itemized list of what they're charging you for, and instantly, poof, like magic, a lot of the stuff that's on that list will just simply disappear and your bill will go down. It's crazy, isn't it? It's wild. It's actually criminal. Somebody needs to go to jail for it. Someone must be punished. Someone must be punished. But thank you, Alan. I really appreciate you for that. And I'm really happy that you got that bill down. My goodness, 35K is crazy. Literally like a normal person's salary for the year. Goodness. All right, let's do a little state of the race, okay? All right, chat. Let's do something interesting. The DNC, the RNC, they're both over, completely over. And now we're really into the race. I want to do a little state of the race before Labor Day comes around, just to take a little peek, a little look under the hood about what's going on, how things have moved, get past narratives and start looking at numbers. Because I think that'd be really interesting for us to understand where the race is going, where the race has been, and how and what can we do moving forward, okay? So as you all have known, Biden dropped out of the race. Kamala Harris picked Tim Walz as her VP pick. And now we're in the race for the White House, for realsy. Donald Trump is still just about at his peak. He is down from his peak since Biden was in the race, but he's still polling quite high, higher than he ever has been at the moment, right? And that is super interesting. I want to take a little look at Nate Silver's model for the presidency real quick. Let me see if I can pull this up. A beep boop, beep beep boop. No thanks. Get away from me. Yeah, we can take a look at Nate Silver's forecast. So if we take a look here at the national map, you'll see something super interesting, which is before the race, Kamala Harris is polling at her low of 37.8%. And Donald Trump was polling quite high. Now, mind you, Donald Trump has just about a ceiling, okay? He has a ceiling of around 46%, around 47% in the election. He got 47%. He got 47.8% in 2016, and 46.8% in 2016, and 46.9% in 2020. So he did grow his vote share by 0.1%. From 2016 to 2020, which is really interesting because he literally was the president of the United States at that point of time. So for him to only grow his vote share by 0.1% is actually not great. It's very much proof that he does have a ceiling. But the scary thing was when Biden was in the race, it seemed like he started to crack that ceiling where he was getting around 48% of the vote at some points in time. And this poll even put him at 51%. Some had him even higher. There's this poll here had him like above 51, about like a 53, something along those lines. But then Biden dropped out. And both of them, both Trump and Harris, both dropped in their vote share. But something really interesting is that ever since then, Kamala Harris has had a unimpeded, slow, but consistent march towards 50%. And that's the golden number, really, 50% here. 50% is really important. So keep that in mind. 50% on the national level and 50% on state levels. If Kamala Harris starts polling like that, is something that Donald Trump might not be able to stop. But at the moment, what he's not been able to stop is Kamala Harris's rise. Donald Trump, mind you, has been on a generational run in July. I want to do a little video, like looking over literally everything that happened in July, because I wasn't streaming then, and unfortunately, it was the most eventful month in politics, maybe in the last 40 years. It was kind of crazy. The most jam-packed month. So Joe Biden was fighting for his life and lost his battle against Jim Clyburn, Nancy Pelosi, and the rest of the Democratic Party from stabbing him to death. From stabbing him to death, right? And so Donald Trump debated his biggest op ever, the guy who beat him in his re-election campaign. He beat him in a debate, and then debated him so hard he had to drop out of the race. Then the assassination attempt happened, and then he had the RNC where he chose Vance as his VP pick. So he got his VP pick. He had the RNC. He got shot. He got shot. Like, he got grazed by a bullet in the ear, right? His biggest op dropped out of the race. Like the electorate, the things that he focuses the most on his campaign were turned into the most important issues for the electorate as well. He had completely captured the Republican Party during that month as well. Him and TPUSA ganged up and shanked the chairwoman of the RNC, and then installed Trump's daughter, Ivanka Trump, as the head of the RNC. So Donald Trump not only has taken control of the Republican Party when it comes to forcing them to pay for his legal bills, and also now having the highest approval rating amongst Republicans since he started running for office at all. But now he also ousted the RNC chair and installed his own daughter as the RNC chair. He's completely captured the Republican Party through and through, 100%. And on top of that, you need to remember that he also had almost all of his court cases dropped. The stolen documents case dropped. The January 6th insurrection case dropped. So many cases dropped because he got that tasty immunity ruling handed down from the demons posing as gods in the Supreme Court. That completely upended and usurped our Constitution, specifically for Donald Trump to commit crimes in office. So remember, Trump, generational run. You need to come over here. Come on, girly. Come on. Generational run in July. All right. And he never even cracked 50% in the polling average. He never did it. He still never did it. All of that, and he was still polling like 2 to 4 points ahead of Joe Biden. Okay, genuinely hilarious how that boy almost broke his neck hitting his ceiling. That is not a glass ceiling. It is reinforced concrete. It's got rebarb in it. It's got rebarb in it. It has like flakes of diamonds as well. It's double backed, laminated. They made sure he couldn't get through that ceiling. They made sure he couldn't crack that ceiling. He didn't put a dent in it. And then Kamala Harris hopped in the race. And then she had the number one best polling day, the number one best fundraising day in the history of presidential candidates of the United States. And then the day after that, she had the second biggest fundraising day in the history of the United States for a presidential candidate. Earning, I believe, $80 million in one day, and then $70 million in the next day, right after that. Totaling, and recently the FEC filing said that she snatched up over $500 million in the just over a month since she hopped into the race. Crazy stuff. And then she started a consistent climb, going from 41% in Nate Silver's model here, all the way up to 48.9%, a very consistent, healthy rise. And all the while, conservatives have been complaining, pissing and moaning and shitting themselves, talking about how Kamala Harris is experiencing some horrible, massive honeymoon phase, some sugar high, because her ratings, her numbers have improved so dramatically. but I believe they've improved at a consistent rate. Mind you, this is over the course of just over a month, and she's improved point in some points, but it hasn't been some massive instant rise. No, this is as people start to slowly, organically get to know Kamala Harris, and the expectations conservatives had, the cope that they had, that the more Kamala Harris talks, the less people are going to like her and then her numbers are going to go down. But she's been doing more campaign events. She's been talking to the press more. She's had more eyes on her. They've had all the time in the world to scrutinize her. The Republicans basically had 2 weeks to uncontestedly attempt to define her, as she was getting her campaign off the ground, and they weren't on the air at all. Especially since Biden, remember, after that Trump assassination attempt, Joe Biden removed all of his advertising from social media and from TV, and he still had it off. They still didn't turn on their advertising when Kamala Harris jumped into the race. And so Trump had full reign of the airwaves when Kamala Harris jumped into the race, and it did nothing to stop this rise. Very worrisome for Donald Trump and crew. I want to take a look at VoteHub US as well. These guys are really cool. So this model is different from other models, and the reason why I like it is because this model specifically goes over this model specifically only uses high quality polls. Pollsters that are rated either A or B by 538. So polls with a good track record, those are the only polls that get used here. And so this is really interesting. So VoteHub here, VoteHub, my favorite porn site. You be silent over there, okay? VoteHub over here has the national average of Kamala Harris rounding to 49%, 48.7, and Donald Trump stuck at his 46%. If you take a look here, Donald Trump has remained consistent, very consistent, stuck at 46% during the entire time when Kamala Harris has been in the race, as she's been slowly climbing up, even in higher quality polls as well. And not only that, and so that's helping. So everything that I've told you so far has helped fund her rise. But let me pull up 538 here, and I want to show you something, probably the most dramatic thing that's happened so far, which is Kamala Harris's favorability rating. Kamala Harris is now the most approved of candidate in the entire race. She's more approved of than Donald Trump, and more approved of JD Vance, the couch fucker, obviously. And now she's posting consistently positive approval ratings, which is something we haven't seen from a presidential candidate in a really long time. People have really hated everybody who's run for president recently, but Kamala Harris has now started to post a positive approval rating, which in this day and age, with this type of polarized electorate, with her posting a positive approval rating, and not only that, posting 50s as well, or near 50s, is genuinely wild. Is genuinely wild. Considering, remember, Joe Biden was disapproved of, can I pull this up? Favorability, Joe Biden. Yeah, Joe Biden was disapproved of when he was getting out of the race. Take a look at this dude by 20%. By 20%, dude. He peaked at 18, in the mid 18%. Negative 18, just so you know. He peaked at negative 18% with his approval rating down to 38%. It was horrible, horrible. And now Kamala Harris has improved her approval rating all the way down to 1.6% negative. That's remarkable. The only person in the race who's more approved of than her, and by the general electorate, is her VP, Tim Walz, who's consistently posting around a between 3 and 11% approval rating. This is incredible. Mind you, Donald Trump is still very well approved of, considering he used to have a disapproval rating around where Joe Biden's was. When he got out of office, he was at negative 18. He's closed that up almost by, he's cut that in half just about, to 9.7, and he got down all the way down to the low 8s here. I think he peaked down at the low 8s. I was a little worried, I'm not gonna lie, that those numbers were getting kind of low for him, because he has been able to gaslight the American people into believing that his presidency actually wasn't that bad. But things have started to turn around a lot. July for Donald Trump was his best month ever. His best month ever. And August has been his best August ever. And he's still losing. That's because he has a ceiling, and the ceiling that Kamala Harris has now been able to surpass, but not not get far enough ahead for me to confidently say that if the election would be held today with the numbers that we know of, if they were correct, that she would win. I don't really believe that she. I think it would be the most tossy up of toss up races, or tossy up of toss up races, leaning slightly to Donald Trump at this very moment. All right. But the vibe shifted. You saw a lot of people talk about vibes in the race, but the vibe did really shift. Not only has she maintained a steady lead in the polls, that has hovered up and down just a little bit, but consistently over time has risen. Also, the generic ballot has changed a lot as well. While Biden was in the race, Republicans were having a pretty good time in the generic ballot, and this is a pretty good way to tell who's going to win, who's more likely to come out, how people are feeling about the race. So this isn't so the generic ballot is something that's really important for us to pay attention to, and we can see now as the race is starting to come to its close after July that both numbers are starting to go up, which means that people are really locking in and starting to make their decisions. And while that's happening, Democrats have opened up a 1.6 lead, which is a lead that they literally haven't seen since May of last year. So Kamala Harris has not only improved her own approval rating and favorability, but she has woken up something in the electorate that made them think, wait a second, I hate Donald Trump. Wait a second, I hate Republicans. And now they've started to open up a lead here, which is very worrisome for the Republican Party, because not only are they showing a generic ballot lead, but it's also proven that they have a lead now by Democrats outpacing Republicans on the congressional level and on the senatorial level when it comes to fundraising. Let me see if I can pull this up. Can I pull this up? Can I pull this up? Can I pull this up? Yeah, here we go. Democratic fundraising spooks House Republicans, as it should. Leadership told GOP lawmakers they need to present a unified front and haul in fundraising during the final stretch of the election. NRCC chair said on Thursday in a conference call, the GOP faces a new reality, but they still have a path to pick up new seats. They do not. Mike Johnson, who transferred additional $4 million into the GOP campaign arm, stressed on the call that he's committed to helping Republicans win. Lots of talk about Dem fundraising, and we need to kick it into high gear, he said. And the numbers prove that they do need to kick it into high gear, or else they're going to get their backs blown out, coconut style. Kamala Harris raised $540 million since her launch, they said. And the campaign raised $82 million during the convention week. Her numbers are genuinely, they're mind bending. They also had 200,000 volunteers sign up as well, and are sitting on $377 million. $377 million cash on hand into August, compared to the $327 million by the GOP completely. They have completely erased Donald Trump's funding lead. And mind you, Donald Trump had almost a $90 million lead on Joe Biden before he got out of the race. So this is a massive, 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 massive turnabout. A massive, massive turnabout. That is scaring. That is scaring Republicans bad. And if we take a look at open secrets here, you can start to see why. Republicans were leading in the fundraising for a long while, all the way up until Kamala Harris got into the race. It was back and forth, but now they've opened up a massive lead when it comes to fundraising, and congressional Republicans are getting blown out of the water in House races that they never thought that they really had to defend much before Kamala Harris jumped into the race. But now it's a different game. It's a different ball game. I'm telling you, it's a different ball game. Schumer and Jamie Harrison have been dumping money into the race. They've been just dumping money into the race, and conservatives are getting swamped. And mind you, 80% of the time, if a candidate in a House race spends more money than their opponent, they win. Now, obviously, not all the time. 80% isn't 100, but I'm going to tell you now, a good marker to find out if somebody's going to win the race is if they have more money than the guy they're running against, and that's starting to happen down ballot. And so the congressional, a general, the generic ballot has started to shift. The vibes have started to shift. The wallets have started to open. And Kamala Harris has started pelting the Republicans with coconuts left, right, and center. But these are just some numbers for now. I want to take a look not only at these numbers, but for states specifically. So we'll hop back over to Vote Hub. So as you can see here, they also have some states down here. If I can hop over to state polls, there haven't been too many state polls that have dropped, but they have a moving average here to show you who they believe are winning right now, who's leading in the 7 swing states, just about the 7 swing states that we have. They have a little bit more here, but we're just going to talk about the normal 7 that you would imagine that are really up for grabs right now. That being Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina. Those are the real states that are up for grabs and are in play at the moment. New Hampshire has jumped far out of the way from Republicans thinking that they can even win it. They've completely given up. Before Biden dropped out of the race, they were thinking about expanding the map into Minnesota. With walls on the ticket, obviously those dreams have come crashing down into a bleak nightmare. But obviously the race still do be racing. So I want to take a look at some of these state polls and some of these states to go through them to see what we have going on right now. Right, I guess we can start with Florida. We can just go down the list, right? These guys at Vote Hub, there aren't many polls out of Florida, but right now Kamala Harris is polling 5 points under Donald Trump. I believe that this is probably right, that she's probably going to pull in worse numbers than Joe Biden did in 2020. I just believe she's probably going to do maybe 1-2 points worse. And Joe Biden lost by, I think, 5-6 points. So that's like, that's like 7, 5-7, something like that. I think that's going to be around there. There have been some movement, and they have been doing some advocacy work in Florida. How much that's going to change things, I'm not sure, because the Florida demographics have changed drastically and very scarily. The Miami-Dade County is now 50-50, a large metropolitan area that would usually be seen as a Democratic hub, like a Democratic stronghold that used to be a Democratic stronghold. That Hillary Clinton won by 30 points is now 50-50 Republicans and Democrats. Florida is simply rotting, and I don't believe they should be spending much time there. Personally, throw a couple bucks here and there if you have a little spending money at the end of the week, but like actually having an on the ground game in Florida that's really funded, that you're working really strong for, I don't believe it's something that you should care about. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think they should be spending much time there. I don't think that Harris is going to win Florida. Another state that I don't think that she could win, but I'm a little rosier on, is actually Texas. Now, Texas, everybody talks about Blexus. Everybody wants to see, hear, feel, touch, taste a Blexus, okay? We all do. And Texas is a really interesting state because Texas has, let me pull up 270 to win for the presidential voting for its presidential history. Texas is a really interesting state because as Texas has moved on and grown in size, Texas has gotten only less and less Democratic. Less. If that were to be the case, Kamala Harris Joe Biden lost Texas by 6 points last year. Hello? Little F? Marco? Oh, okay. We chilling? We back? All right. Happy to have you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, good. Good. Also, what's up, Rocker? I hope you're doing well. Love you, friendo. Anyways, what I was saying is every 4 years, every election cycle on average, Texas moves 2 points to the left. That happened in 2016, in 2020 as well. The only time when that didn't happen was in 2012 when Obama was running for re-election, but then it instantly reverted to its normal trend. Will this be another 2012? I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't think that it will be though. And Kamala Harris has been showing some good polls in Texas. I believe Texas, if it moves to the left this year, will move by less than its 2% average. But Texas is moving left, and it's a very, very interesting thing. There was a really interesting map. Let me see if I can pull it up for you, because it was the funniest map I've ever seen. Yeah, here it is. It's one of the funniest maps I've seen in my entire life, because you would expect Texas to be a pretty red place in general, but I want to show you this map really quick, okay? And to explain to you what you're looking at right here, because it seems kind of insane, doesn't it? But this is a map of Texas, obviously, right? Incredible, right? This is a map of Texas when it comes to its partisan lean by districts. These are exurbs, okay, which are a little further away from cities than suburbs. What's beyond the suburbs? That's exurbs. They circled out the exurbs of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, the exurbs of Austin, and the exurbs of Houston. So they take all those the exurb counties away, right? Just these small counties in Texas. And if you separate Texas by these 3 exurbs and the rest of the entire state, Texas becomes a D+2 state. Just instantly, like all of Texas's conservative leanings just comes right here from these areas, okay? How ruby red the Texas exurbs are is nothing in comparison to the generally a Democratic area outside of literally these 3 exurb counties. Yeah, these 3 counties holding back a Lexus. They're fighting for their lives to hold back up Lexus. Yeah. So next time you say that, Texas is just 3 blue cities, it's really not. It's really not. Now, I'm not saying that all of these other areas outside of the exurbs are like hot blue, but I'm saying that they're far less Republican than these areas that are carrying the state, where Republicans get a large, like 80% of their vote share from, which shows you that Texas is very concentrated in its conservative leaning, and these metro areas and the rest of Texas, like El Paso and San Antonio and Amarillo, like all these places are far less Republican, and making it so that the balance of power is much more easy to be changed. And as Texas has been expanding, it's only been getting more blue, with New York, Florida, and even California, and I believe Washington and Oregon, immigrants, moving to Texas. It's becoming slowly more blue, and so we can expect, if this continues on, we can expect a Blexus in the next 2 to 4 election cycles. Is it going to happen this year? I doubt it. I don't believe it. But listen, a lot of people doubted Arizona and Georgia were going to move into the Democratic column this early. So who knows what could happen? Maybe it really will be a brat fall, following our incredible brat summer. Who knows? But what I can tell you is that Texas is not going to vote for Kamala Harris this election cycle. I don't believe so, but it will be closer, in my opinion. So that's on Texas. A very interesting state, honestly. And once Texas goes, the Republicans will probably blow up. They'll probably explode. Once Texas turns into Blexus, I'm telling you, the RNC is going to look like Jonestown. It will be bad. It will be not good. Nevada. I want to look at Nevada really quick. Some of you all may have been dooming about Nevada. Raise your hand if you've been following some of the polls and seen some of the Nevada polls and have started to doom a little bit when it comes to the Nevada polls, because Nevada is seeming like it's a Republican state this year, that Trump might be in a good place, poised even like the predator he is, to snatch up Nevada from the jaws of Democrats, which polling suggests he just might. Polling on average and high quality pollsters at about 2%. Nevada seems to be sticky for Democrats this year. I want to change to Nevada on 538 here to see what their average is, because I'm not actually sure. On 538, it's Democrats, it's Harris plus 0.4, but that's incredibly low. On 538, I don't like 538, but we can pull it up here just for this reason, because I think 538 is much easier to see what I'm talking about on 538 here in a moment, which is incredibly interesting. On 538 as well, Trump has opened up a 1.4% lead, a lead that you didn't think that he'd be really able to do, since Nevada hasn't voted for a Republican on the presidential level for not in this century. Sorry, not century. Sorry. So, don't clip me. I'm not crazy. I promise. In this in this century, as in like in the 21st century. All right. Are you hip to what third-party candidates are on the ballots? It's switching and swapping every other day. Like a week ago, Cornel West was off the Michigan ballot. Today, he was ruled to be back on the Michigan ballot. I think Jill Stein and Cornel West got kicked off of like the Wisconsin ballot. Like the other day after they were put back on. It's just I can't tell you exactly yet. It's literally swapping constantly. So I don't know. We will just have to see. But something is interesting about Nevada. Okay, you would constantly hear if you keep up with polls, you'll constantly hear people bitch and moan about how the polls are wrong and they overestimate Democrats and underestimate Republicans. And on a general level, that's generally true. But I have a bone to pick with that. But I want to take a look at this here. Okay, I have a little bone to pick with that. But take a look at this. Okay, because I think this is super interesting. Nevada, has Trump leading. He's at 47%. Let's take a look at the vote share at the moment, not just the margin. He's at 47% and he's leading. I believe that Kamala Harris is going to win Nevada, and by a perfectly fine margin, right? Oh yeah, he won. John Kerry lost Nevada in 2004. You're right. I think Kamala Harris is going to win Nevada by a perfectly fine margin around what it was in 2016 and 2020. Why do I believe that? Is it cope? Am I dying of copium overdose? Well, here's the thing. Super interesting. That remember I told you how on the general level polls seem to overestimate Democrats? Well, when it comes to Nevada, that's the exact opposite. They constantly overestimate Republicans. So something super interesting that you may not know. Oh man, I can't click on this. Nor. Let me see. Can I go back in the past? Archive. 2016, state poll results in heckin' New Hampshire. Nevada here. Okay. What the hell is this? Okay, wait a second. This is too much. RCP, you're giving me more reasons to hate you. I hope you know that. I hope you know you're giving me more reasons to hate you. I hate you every single day. I hate you more every day. I hate you more every day. Wait, where is this? They had the thing where you could just click on. The reason why I pulled this up is because you could click on the past results so easily. Did they bork it? Did they ruin it? Did they obliterate this? Why can't I look at this in the past? What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Why can't I look at this in the past? I'm going crazy right now. Give me Nevada. Okay, yeah, nice. Okay, I'm just gonna type this in. Can I find out where's our CP? Here we go. In 2016, something interesting happened as well. The same exact thing happened where Donald Trump led in the polls at the end of the election cycle at 46%. But Clinton still clutched it out. And the polls were wrong by over 3% in Nevada, and she got 2.4 at the end, even though Trump was leading. And you would imagine, and you would, in some mouth breather who barely follows politics would and polls would be like, oh, Donald Trump's leading. That means when the election comes, he's going to be leading by even more because the polls are wrong in his favor. Well, Nevada, that's just simply not true. That's simply not true. It's really funny as well. Did not work for him here. Okay, sorry. It was never real. We're all being gaslit. It was all being gaslit. It is manufactured, okay, by the deep state to make you distrust the polls. But the polls, they're very interesting. As well as in the Senate race as well. What was that? Was that the 2022 Senate race? Nevada 2022 RCP. Yeah. And in 2022 as well, the polls had Laxalt winning in the average, and even worse by 3.4%. But at the end, Cortez Matzo still pulled out a 0.9% victory. So even when a Democrat is down almost 4% in the polls, they can still pull ahead. That's how bad the average here is in Nevada, and that's how bad they misunderstand Democratic support in the state. So when it comes to Nevada, with her polling at between 0.4 to 2%, minus 2%, I believe that she's on track to win Nevada from what we've seen so far in the polling. He can't put faith in polling. Well, if polls are consistently wrong in a consistent way, then you can put faith in the polling. And that's what I'm going to be covering here in just a moment. Georgia. Now, Georgia's super interesting. Right now, Biden in high quality polls is leading by 2 points in Georgia. There's about 2 points. And Georgia is really interesting because Georgia is one of those states that is slowly, quickly moving into the Democratic column as the Atlanta metro area has been ballooning. The Atlanta metro area is one of the fastest growing places in the entire country as northern blacks be moving back down to the south, as college liberals have been moving further south for some warmer weather. As people have been fleeing Florida for the draconian laws to a place that's not quite as bad yet. Georgia, with their 2 Democratic senators and very hotly contested governor races, I believe once Kemp is out of office, that there's a very good chance that Georgia can have a Democratic governor. The only problem is Kemp is a really well-liked Republican governor. So the idea that he's going to get kicked out so far is probably not going to happen. I'm just going to be real with you. But Georgia is slowly moving into the Democratic column, and I can really see Kamala Harris picking up this state this year. Nate Silver has Trump leading in Georgia, but by a much lower margin than he did previously. And the slow climb that Kamala Harris has been seeing has been even moving towards Georgia, with her close to flipping the state, with Trump peaking at that peak that you remember around 46-47%. Now he's polling higher than he usually does in the state at about 47%, but not much higher than he was before, meaning that, and once again, Georgia was the closest state with only 12,000 votes deciding who was actually going to win. Georgia is a complete toss-up right now, but Kamala Harris's campaign has been insane when it comes to putting work in Georgia. I'm not sure if you saw this, but Kamala Harris's volunteers in Georgia have been like jaw-dropping. If you haven't seen this before, then let me tell you right now, the momentum that they're building in Georgia would be horrifying. That would be horrifying if you are a Republican, right? So nationally, Kamala Harris has 400,000 volunteers, 35,000 of which are working in Georgia in the metro area and in metro areas like Atlanta and Fulton County in general, as well as Savannah too. And they're going to be campaigning in Savannah this week, I'm quite sure. And so 24 campaign offices as well in Georgia, 35,000 volunteers. This is wrong. It's not 400. It's 400,000 nationally, 35,000 in Georgia specifically. But I still want to use this graphic because it's a cute graphic. I think it's cute. In Georgia, they are working really hard, and some polls show her winning here and there. It's been back and forth. Or like the hotties for Harris party. Yes, very much so. There's been a lot of work and a lot of effort put into Georgia, and the Trump campaign has been forced to spend a lot of money defending Georgia because Georgia's a big state. It's the second largest state. It's tied for it being the second largest state. That's up for grabs this year with North Carolina. And the only thing that's bigger than it right now is Pennsylvania, the real tipping point state that people are really fighting for, that leans Democratic. But once again, they did vote for Donald Trump at least once, and only voted for Joe Biden at the end of the day by 1.2. So we'll see. But Georgia they've had a lot of money, a lot of volunteers, and a lot of energy coming out of Georgia. And a lot of polls are showing that she's not doing too bad. One of the last polls that came out about Georgia was her -4. This is about the 15th. Since then, there haven't been too many polls. There really just haven't been that many state polls, unfortunately, to come out of any of the states. There was one back in earlier in the month that showed a tied race, almost exactly tied. Outside of that, there haven't really been almost any polls really to come out. A CBS YouGov poll came out for Texas, though, that showed Kamala Harris down 5. The New York Times Siena poll put like Kamala Harris up 5 points to Trump, which would be really funny. Arizona is really funny too, because Arizona is where TPUSA is stationed and where Charlie Kirk spent the vast majority of his time working to try to get Kari Lake into the governorship. It almost worked, but they got clapped down and Kari Lake lost. And they also lost both of their Republican governors as well. Just like in Georgia, their wings got clipped, but it was worse in Georgia because they also lost their Republican governor who was term limited, Doug Ducey. Now, you are right. Brandon, thank you for reminding me that Kemp is also term limited. So the likelihood of Georgia having a Democratic governor, as long as somebody who's pretty well liked in Georgia steps up to the plate, is very high. And the shift in Georgia could be solidified. I hope it is. We'll have to see. Nothing is set in stone just yet. But Arizona, I can see being a state that Kamala Harris could still pick up. It's nowhere near as big as Georgia, but still pretty important. Every single state matters. And with Phoenix and the Tucson area, as well as Reno up here, I don't know why it's not marked, but Reno up here as well, being rapidly expanding metro areas with Los Angeles and San Diego, California expats moving there consistently. I can really see Arizona being in the Democratic column more solidly in the future, which could still vote for Republicans if one that's good enough is running. But I don't think anybody. But I don't believe that anything is. But I don't believe that Gallego, Ruben Gallego, the Democrat running for the open Senate seat right now in Arizona, is going to be losing his seat to Kari Lake, who's running again as Donald Trump's as Donald Trump's maid. Basically, I don't think that's going to be happening. Kari Lake has actually been getting clowned on, like really bad. Not only has she not led in a single poll in the last, I think, 2 months against Ruben Gallego, but she's just getting clowned on constantly. I'm not sure if you guys saw this, but this is probably the funniest thing I've seen in my entire life. The other day, Donald Trump had to do a rally in Arizona to try to defend it because he doesn't want to lose it, because if he does, his likelihood of winning the election goes down dramatically. But Kari Lake was speaking at the event and she just kept yapping and yapping and yapping. It was bad. It was so bad, in fact, that they had to ask her to step off of the stage with her teleprompter. They said, wrap it up ASAP. Colton, -4 minutes. She's been speaking for 5 minutes overtime from when she was supposed to step off of the stage for Donald Trump to get on stage. And you know what happened after she saw this? She kept yapping. 5.5 minutes. Please get off stage. Please fuck off. I'm begging you, get off stage. We gave you some time to talk, but not this much time. She had like 10 minutes to talk, and now she's still going. She's still riffing. She I don't know if she thinks that she's talking in the mirror or something. I don't know. Maybe she's had nobody step up to her rallies, so she was like, I have to take every single second to speak because nobody wants to interview me. Nobody comes to my rallies anymore. But she just kept yapping. And you know what happened after this? She continued the yap session. 6.5 minutes. Please get off stage. Trump is waiting. Please get off stage. Please. Leave. Oh my gosh. What are you even talking about? She just wouldn't stop. She wouldn't stop. She just wouldn't get off stage. They had to send somebody to tell to tell her to get off. Wrap it up ASAP. Get off the screen. Get off the damn stage, bro. Leave. It's been a theme really from Trump rallies to have like the people who are speaking to talk for way too long, to blah blah blah, yap the whole time. And the likelihood of her winning her seat in Georgia is bad. I'm going to tell you, quite bad indeed. Georgia and Arizona are two places that are Republican states. I believe they're still Republican states, but the thing that separates them from the other conservative states out there is that they are Republican states, not Trump states. And there's a big difference between a Republican state and a Trump state. And that's why Trump lost both of those states in 2020, because they don't like Trump. They don't like Trump. They don't like Trumpism. They don't like Trump supported candidates. Trump is a poison to Republican candidates on the statewide stage in Georgia, and that's really not changing. Only in some pockets of Georgia does Trumpism have a pull that you would expect in some other places that are more Trump friendly. But on a general level, if you're a Trump supported candidate, people just don't like you. Independents, moderate Republicans, all Democrats just don't like you. They don't like your kind round these parts here feller. So I can easily see Georgia and Arizona moving into Kamala Harris's camp in her direction. We're just going to have to see how that works out. She's been doing well for herself. And if we look over to the Nate Silver changes over the week, Kamala Harris has gained almost 2 points and 4.7 points from where Joe Biden was, from where she was before Biden dropped out, and close to 5 to 8 points since Joe Biden dropped out compared to his numbers, where she has catapulted herself into a slight lead right now, a very slight lead, which is very interesting. North Carolina as well, she's posting a very small lead as well, and she's jumping up by 4.1. North Carolina is very similar to Georgia in the sense that North Carolina is a state that has like Riley. I don't go to North Carolina, so you correct me if I'm wrong. Like Riley, like those areas, they have North Carolina has metro areas that are booming, like Georgia does, but nowhere near to the same extent. North Carolina's metro areas just aren't growing and are not as solidly blue as like Fulton County, and so it's been much harder for Democrats to win on a statewide basis. Now they can have Democratic governors, but outside of the governorship, usually Democrats don't do too well on a statewide level. And it's always the most close elections, but they always tilt Republican. It's just a couple more Republicans are in the state at the moment who turn out to vote. And I don't believe that's changing very much from what I see at the moment, but it's very possible that Kamala Harris could pick it up, but I wouldn't bet on it at the moment. I believe they could spend some time and money there. It would be amazing to snipe North Carolina this election cycle from Trump. 16 electoral votes is nothing to scoff at. That is a big chunk of votes. But will it finally move into the Democratic column, since Obama has been the only Democratic president to do it in the 21st century. I don't really think that it's going to happen this year, but in the next couple election cycles, I believe it's very close to moving into the Democratic column more solidly. But I'm not sure about this year, unfortunately. And now that moves us to the Rust Belt trio. I'm going to take these kind of all together because people talk about them all together. But they are they're a little different as states come. They're just a little different. The hardest state for Kamala Harris to win, in my personal opinion, will be. I've switched it back and forth, honestly, between Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. But I believe Pennsylvania will be a little bit more difficult to win for her this election cycle, specifically because now that Tim Walz is on the ticket and the Eau Claire media sphere is near the Minneapolis St. Paul sort of ecosystem. They see a lot of Tim Walz. They like Tim Walz. Her doing good in her doing really well in Wisconsin's West Side would be great. So being able to carry like the Eau Claire area, Madison, and Milwaukee would be really good. It's just a different electorate. And in Pennsylvania, Republicans have been putting up some really scary numbers when it comes to voter registration, and they've closed down the gap in registered voters compared to Democrats substantially. Now, like to show how bad it's been since 2000, back in 2000, there were 12% more Democratic registered voters to Republican registered voters in Pennsylvania. In 2024, it's sitting around 4%. That is a massive drop in voters, down 8% in 20 years, which is in 24 years, which is pretty worrisome, and has shown to have real repercussions where Joe Biden only carried the state by 1.2 and Hillary Clinton lost it by less than a percentage point. It's very possible that Pennsylvania is sitting in that area right now, which I think is very possible. I think that the race could very much be to the right of 2020, but to the left of 2016, which is a scary place to be in because that's in that area. It could sit around like a 45% win for Donald Trump just at the moment, I believe. But once again, we need a whole bunch more state polls to make really solid determinations about where the race stands right now. But I will say that Kamala Harris's campaign has been doing basically everything they need to do to win Pennsylvania. Let me see if I can pull this up really quick for you because it's pretty dramatic the differences here. This person pulled up some of the stats out of Pennsylvania. All of the swing states, and I think this could be what really helps turn this election, and why it was really important that Kamala Harris herself is what hopped into the race after Joe Biden stepped out, because she was able to inherit all of Biden's campaign infrastructure, which is miles ahead of the Trump campaign, and this just shows it here in Wisconsin. She has 8 more field offices. In Michigan, she's lapping them 30-12. Georgia, 24-12. Pennsylvania, 36-6 announced campaign offices. 1,500 field staff for Harris's campaign, 300 for Trump, 400,000 swing state volunteers for Harris, only 14,000 for Trump. If you live in a swing state, the likelihood of you getting your door knocked on by a Harris volunteer is miles ahead of you having your door knocked on by a Trump volunteer. People don't volunteer for Donald Trump. They don't listen. They tweet about him. They send him some cash every now and again, but they do not volunteer for this man. And this is proving it. But this Pennsylvania number is what really is throwing me off because 36-6 is insane. Kamala Harris has been dumping a lot of money and a lot of resources into Pennsylvania, and it's been showing some positive signs. In Vote Hub here, she's leading by 1.62 in 538. I know she's leading, but by a smaller margin than that. 1.5. And in Nate Silver's model, she's leading by 2. She's leading My bad. She's leading by 1.7. So around the same less than 2 point area where she is. Some Democratic, there have been some, not leaks, but some people talking to Democratic insiders that say that Harris, on average, from what they think of at the moment, is up like one or 2 points in Wisconsin and Michigan. Michigan being the bluest state out of the Rust Belt trio, but down a couple points in Pennsylvania, which is pretty worrisome. Honestly, I think Pennsylvania is probably going to be the stickiest, most difficult state for her to win here. But once again, things can very much change with all those people working on the ground for the next 2 months. I think that could make a very substantial change, especially as Kamala Harris starts to slowly creep towards that 50% number. Now, I told you not to focus too much on the margin and focus a little bit more on the vote share, specifically for one reason. Now, one in chat, if you've heard the idea that the polls are wrong and the polls overestimate Democrats and underestimate Republicans in 2020 and 2016, and that's why the polls must not be trusted. A lot of people have said it. You know, I've even repeated it before, but it's something that I've actually changed my mind on a little bit, if I'm going to be honest with you. And I have a very real reason for that. And I'm gonna pull up Wisconsin, the Wisconsin historical map here really quick. I tweeted this out the other day, but I want to take a look at this here with you all for stream, because I find this really interesting and something that you can take with you when you look at these polls. Stop worrying about the margins. The margins can be wildly wrong. The margins have been wildly wrong. And when you hear people say that the polls are wrong, this is usually where you hear people talk about the polls being wrong, which is the 6.7% that Biden led in on election day and the RCP average getting clipped by 6 points down to 0.7, less than a percentage point. Now, I think a lot of people would say, oh yeah, that is a substantial drop, a really incorrect polling error by 6 points. Pretty crazy, right? But listen, that's not important, okay? I didn't see that he got kicked out of the DNC, honestly. But I did hear that he got kicked out of the DNC. I didn't hear what happened. Maybe we can take a look at that here in a bit. That's a really substantial drop, but here's something interesting. Don't look at the margin. Look at the vote share. In 2020, Biden finished off polling at 5.51% on the dot, but he actually got 49.6, which, mind you, is really close. That's within 2 percentage points. That's within 2 percentage points of a polling error, which is a really good polling error, honestly. Let's look at Clinton as well. Here, it's even more correct than it was in 2020, where Clinton had a vote share at the end of the election cycle at 46%, 46.8, and her actual margin was 46.5. So what made this polling error? It was Donald Trump's margin. It was Trump's margin. He was polling around 40%, but he actually got 47%. At the end of the day, a lot of the voters that are just sitting out there, a lot of those people were just Trump voters who are less active in the political system and people who really just kind of come out to vote for Trump specifically and not really vote for other Republicans. But what they got right every single time was the Democrats' margin. And this is something that you can see across every single swing state, not just Michigan. It's not just Wisconsin. You can see it in Michigan. You can see it in Pennsylvania. Something that is one thing that you can take from all of this is that when the Democrat reaches near or at 50%, the Democrat wins. That's it. When they reach near or at 50%, the Democrat wins, because that's a comfortable enough margin for a small polling error to happen that we know will probably happen. That will still lead them to have a victory. Clinton was polling over 3 points away from 50%, and she lost. Biden was polling above 50%, and he won. That's what we can take away from this, is that look at the Democrats' margin. And so this will bring us all the way back to what we're seeing at the moment, which is Kamala's margin compared to Donald Trump. And if you see something really interesting, Kamala Harris is creeping to, like I said it before, you've heard me say it, that magic number of 50%. Right now she's at 48.4, which is less than 2 points away from the magic number of 50. Once she starts consistently hitting 50s, I'm going to tell you that she is 100% favored to win the election. No ambiguity about it, especially in these state polls. If she starts polling at consistently 50, she is convinced. I will be convinced that she is favored to win the election, and she is getting closer to that number the further we go along in this election cycle. As now she's at 48% here in Wisconsin. In Michigan, she's at 48.5%. In Pennsylvania, which is worse for her, she's at 47.7%, only 0.2 percentage points. My bad. Trump is 0.2 percentage points higher in the RCP's average, but everybody's average has her around 47%, which is 3 points below the magic number of 50 as well, which is why I think at the moment it's very likely that it's difficult for her to win Pennsylvania. Now that we've looked at all of the swing states, I want to give you my prediction, okay? It is pretty early, but everybody loves a good prediction, don't you? Everybody loves watching prediction videos. I've been seeing them. I've been seeing them pop off. I'm going to be real with you. I've been seeing them. I know you be watching some of them videos. I know you be watching Let's Talk Elections every now and again. Okay, don't be shy. Don't be shy. I know you be feeding off of them. Kind of crazy. Do polls fall from a coconut tree every now and again? So let me tell you what I personally think the election stands at the moment. Okay, I personally believe that Nevada is tilt for Kamala Harris. I just believe that the polling misses in the Republicans. The polling misses in Nevada are to the Republicans' detriment and to the Democrats' gain. When polls show even almost a 4% lead for Republicans in Nevada polls, Democrats can still pull out an almost 1 point lead in Nevada. Even though Nevada is slightly moving to the right, at least in the Trump era, I believe that Kamala Harris is in a great position to still win, even by a small margin. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Let me put this back. She's not winning Texas. I'll be real. No, she's not winning. And I'll put Virginia back as likely. I think she'll win Virginia between I think under 10, but above 6, something like 8. I think in my opinion, that's my personal opinion though. That's what I think. I also think, if I'm going to be real with you, I also think that Arizona is tilt blue. I think it's tilt blue. The reason why is because Arizona has it's been confirmed that Arizona will have an abortion ballot measure on people's docket this election cycle. That's 100% going to turn out more women voters, going to turn out more people who care about abortion, more Democrats. There's a reason for them to come out outside of just the elections that are happening. People hate Carrie Lake. They like Ruben Gallego a pretty decent amount, and that carrying down ballot and up the ballot, that surge, I think, is going to lead to Kamala Harris pulling out a very small win in Arizona. I'm just going to be real with you. The polls have been showing her doing relatively well in Arizona, and I don't believe that's going to change. I think it's going to get better. Now, she is only polling at 45%. We're going to have to see where this goes. And in the recent polls, Trump has been leading. It's been really back and forth. It's been really, really back and forth. But she is creeping. She is slowly creeping towards that number. But now, if I'm gonna be, I want to be a little skeptical. Okay, I don't want to OD on hopium. I'm going to leave it up as toss up. Actually, toss up. But if you had to push me, I'd say Kamala Harris. I want to move to Georgia now as well. At the moment, at this very moment, I believe it could very possibly be a Donald Trump state. It really could be a Donald Trump state. But all the work that she's putting in, and the fundraising we've seen, the maneuvering we've seen, they've been putting a lot of money into Georgia, and with how bad Donald Trump has been doing when it comes to his relationship to Brian Kemp, who was a very popular governor, as I said earlier, that could easily that could easily put Kamala Harris over the edge, especially as people remember the Brad Raffensperger "I just need to find 12,000 votes" call. I believe that's still I have some family members down in Georgia, and what they've told me anecdotally, what we've seen in some polling as well, as the effort that's being put in, I can easily see Georgia being in her column. Now, I want to move to North Carolina. I believe North Carolina could easily be even closer than 2020, but I feel like it's just not ready to turn. I don't believe it's ready to turn. I'm going to put it up in Trump's column for now. I just don't believe it's ready to turn. She is posting some good numbers. I am going to say she is posting some good numbers. I want to see. I haven't looked at the RCP North Carolina margins in 2020. RCP NC 2020. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. Biden wasn't polling super high. He was polling at 47%, and that's how Trump was able to take that 1.2, 1.3% a lead from him. He just wasn't polling. He just never really reached that 50% that he needed to. And I haven't seen Kamala Harris reach that 50 either. And I find it hard to believe at the moment. I find it hard to believe. I think that North Carolina will ultimately, if you push me, will ultimately fall in Trump's column. I think the Democrats have been burned by such close elections. I'm not sure if you guys saw, but like a couple years ago, there was a state Supreme Court election, and the Republicans won by literally 400 votes. It probably was the biggest sting for North Carolina Democrats in like the generation. It was horrible. It was horrible, dude. I'd have to be on antidepressants if I was a North Carolina Democrat. If I saw that election go down, dude, that was bad. That was bad. Very, very bad. Very bad. Stinky. So it's just North Carolina is the Democrats' Nevada, where they always think that this is the year that they're going to win it, but they ultimately always end up short by some amount. And I think that's what's going to happen this year as well. They just need a couple more election cycles to finally move it into their column. But this year, I just don't think that they have it in them. Donald Trump's a little too strong, and Kamala Harris just hasn't, I don't believe will at the end have the time to be able to pull something out like this. With the demographics just haven't changed to be in Democrats' favor enough for me to say that they're more likely to be a Donald Trump state. Wait, are we effing again? Are we good? Marco? Oh, here, I'll take the second. I'll take the second to thank Gotcha Master. Thank you so much for the 32 months. Join the frenzy. Incredibly pog. Remaining a part of the frenzy. Thank you. Thanks for the hopium bestie. Oh, absolutely. Dylan Burns. Hello, Raiders. I'm happy to have you. I'm doing a prediction map. I'm doing a 2024 Harris v. Trump prediction map. You guys jumped in at an amazing time. I hope Dylan's been doing well too. How's Dylan been doing? Is he okay? We respect that boy. Are you winning? Well, we'll see. We'll see here in a moment once I'm done filling this out. Once I'm done filling this map out. Is going back to Ukraine? I'm telling you, that cat's gonna run out of 9 lives at some point. Like that's just, bro's going to like active war zones. Like I respect the hustle, I can't lie, but like that's just kind of crazy. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you. Listen, I fight floodwater here in my basement. Okay, I can't imagine fighting like 250 millimeter shells going to active war zones. But you know, maybe he's just built a little different than me. Them boys in Massachusetts just built a little different than me. What would Dylan's evil twin be named? Derek. My bad. Maryland, not Massachusetts. Yeah, those Maryland boys they be going crazy. I'm gonna be real with you. They be going crazy, dude. I've only been to Maryland once, and when my plane landed in Baltimore, my fucking "you have entered a combat zone" popped up on my HUD. I've never been more scared. I was never more scared. You have entered a PvP zone, popped up on my HUD, and I had never been more scared. I made it out, thankfully, but I couldn't wait to get back to my small town in Kentucky. I tell you what. Just caught up on YouTube. Happy to have you, friendo. Happy to have you. Yeah, Derek Frostbite. Yeah, that's the opposite of Dylan Burns. Derek Freeze. All love to Dylan. All love, so much love. Yeah, honestly, if I had to deal with hippy dippy, if I had to moderate hippy dippy debates like he does, honestly, an active war zone might not seem too bad. Might not seem too bad. Anyways, okay, listen. I think at the end, a lot of people will tell you that Wisconsin, the demographics of Wisconsin would tell you that it shouldn't be that big of a Democratic state. I think the last election cycles that we've seen from Wisconsin has shown that simply to be untrue. There is a large and still growing like whiplash against Republicans in the state, from the governor's race to the Supreme Court race to ballot measures. I just believe that at the end of the day, a lot of Wisconsineers are just kind of sick and exhausted of Donald Trump, and the fact that he's not polling as well in Wisconsin compared to Kamala Harris is kind of proving my point there, with her opening up a 3.6 lead here in a 3.6 lead here in the 538 average. And in Nate, did I close down Nate Silvers? No. What the hell? Nate, you piece of shit. Open this shit up, you shitta. You fucking shitta. Her polling near 48%, near 50 as well, slowly crawling towards 50 here as well. I feel like she can pull it off. Now, some people once again will bring up Trump. The margins are much lower this time around compared to 2020. But mind you, a lot of pollsters changed their methodology from 2020. Before, what happened in 2020 was that a lot of Trump supporters would pick up the phone from pollsters and they'd be like, "Hello, would you like to take our poll over Donald Trump versus Joe Biden, please?" And they'd be like, "I love Donald Trump. I want to suck his dick. Fuck you." And then they hang up. Beforehand in 2020, pollsters didn't used to count people who picked up the phone like that. They called them partials, who only completed part of the poll but didn't finish the poll. They didn't count those people. They just threw it out. They started counting those people, and what happened is that Donald Trump's share increased, and you started to see him hover around the averages where his ceiling, right, which is 47%. All right, which is, mind you, we are in a Donald Trump honeymoon. People don't talk about it. Everybody keeps talking about, oh, the Harris honeymoon, the Harris honeymoon, the Harris sugar high, the Harris honeymoon. It's cope. It's 100% cope. We are in a Donald Trump honeymoon right now, at this very time, right as we speak. We are in a Donald Trump honeymoon. He had his RNC. We should be seeing his RNC bounce right now. We should be seeing his assassination attempt bounce. We should be seeing his kick Joe Biden's ass bounce. We should be seeing the fact that people see him as a more competent, stronger leader in general. We should be seeing the fact that immigration has moved up so high on the list, and people still believe that he would be better on immigration when polled about it. We should be seeing the fact that his approval rating is so demonstrably higher from where it was in literally every single election cycle that he was in. In 2016, his approval rating was really low. In 2020, his approval rating was hovering around -20. And this time, right now, at this very point in time, he cut it in half. He cut his approval rating in half, but his disapproval rating in half. Now he's only -9. Now it used to be down further, and maybe the bump is subsiding, but we should be in a Trump honeymoon. We should be sitting right now in a Trump bump. Right now should be the worst polling we should see for Kamala Harris. She still has a bunch of people out there who don't have a big opinion about her. She's still trying to define herself. She still hasn't been to many states and campaigning that much. Donald Trump has been campaigning in some of these states for over a year at this point, spent more money than Kamala Harris has at this point. People still connect her with the campaign at this point, and maybe she's getting an incumbency boost. Maybe she is. I believe that she's going to experience an incumbency boost. Also, one of the problems with polling last time is that incumbents usually overperform their polls. Reagan overperformed his polls. Bush overperformed his polls. Clinton overperformed his polls. Not Hillary, but Hillary wasn't really an incumbent. In the same way Kamala Harris is. She's vice president, right? Secretary of State, vice president. I think they're little different offices, and I think people think the same about that too, right? And Obama overperformed his polls in his reelection, and Trump overperformed his polls in reelection. We have a long documented history of incumbents overperforming their polls in re-election campaigns, in congressional campaigns, in senatorial campaigns, in all of these local sheriff campaigns. If you're an incumbent, you get an incumbency boost. We know that. We know that for a fact. I'm not going to factor that in too much because I'm not sure. I can really see it happening, but I just don't know if that's true. What I can tell you is that we should be sitting in a Donald Trump bump. Donald Trump should be seeing his best polling ever, and he is, but he's still losing. Even with all of that, he is still losing. He is still losing ground to Kamala Harris, and he is still hitting his 46-47% ceiling that he is not able to overcome. Donald Trump wins when he's able to drag down his opponent under 50%, closer to 47%. He can only win when he drags his opponent into the mud with him. He cannot win if his opponent is able to get anywhere over a couple points over that. So I think that in Wisconsin that she is likely to pick it up. As well as I'm going to say that Michigan's going to be a lean. Out of the Rust Belt trio, in 2016, out of the Rust Belt trio in 2016 and in 2020, it is the least Republican state. Republicans performed the worst there, and they still have been performing quite terribly. And now that Gretchen Whitmer is in Harris's pocket and has been campaigning like mad for her, I really think that the likelihood of Trump picking up Michigan is very low, and everybody thinks the same thing as well. Detroit is just too big, too nasty, too sweet, too crazy for Donald Trump to really crack in. They literally vote for Democrats by Assad margins, okay? That I just don't believe that Donald Trump can crack Michigan again like he did in 2016, because he was running against a really poor performing candidate in Hillary Clinton. And in 2016 and in 2024, in 2020 and 2024, no matter what you personally believe about the Democratic candidates, they are not as bad as Clinton. And when you're not as bad as Clinton, you usually win. So Michigan, I think, is going to remain in Trump's in the Democrats column. And since I'm going to have to be like this, and it be like this when it be like this, I'm going to mark Arizona as Republican. I can see it still coming down I can see it really still coming down for the Democrats. I can still see it coming down for the Republicans, even though they do have that ballot measure on the books. It's very possible that they could win. But I just believe at the moment, I would say, if I had to bet on it, that Trump would be ahead in Arizona right now. Now that leaves us to the tilt state. Now that leads us to the tipping point state, the state that we all think that this election is going to ride on, Pennsylvania. And I've teased it a little bit, where I think Pennsylvania is, and it being the most difficult state for Kamala Harris to win this election cycle, even though she's putting together a lot of funds and organizing and volunteering and campaign offices in Pennsylvania. I believe just at the moment, with Trump being so strong, that it could easily fall into his column. I do think it can easily still fall into his column. I believe it will be an exceptionally close race in Pennsylvania. But if I would have to bet on it, from things that I've heard, from things that I've read from party insiders, and even Kamala Harris super PAC insiders and Kamala Harris campaign insiders, all saying that they believe that Pennsylvania is the state where she's performing the worst out of the Rust Belt trio. I believe that if the election were held today, even with the Philadelphia area voting for Democrats once again by Assad margins, let me see, Pennsylvania. Can I get I want to see if I can get a Pennsylvania map. Can I get a Pennsylvania map, like the interactive, right? Where I can see the where I can see the Pennsylvania county. Sorry, the Philadelphia county, because it really was Assad margins, wasn't it? It was like 98-2 or something. Wait. Let me see. Can I pull this up? Where is this? Where is this? Where are you? Dude, CNN takes forever to load for me. I can almost never load up something from CNN on the on this website anymore. I have no clue why. Let me see if I can pull up this live map. Yeah. It's Delaware County, right? That Philadelphia sits in? Yeah, the whole county, 81-17. Philadelphia County, 81-17, even with crazy numbers like this. And also, the registration numbers were looking pretty bad for Democrats, but until Harris hopped into the race, that's been changing. That's been moving in the opposite direction. And with Philadelphia County, where the hell? It's so tiny. It's such a little baby county. 81-17 Assad margins. In Pittsburgh being, 60-40. I believe this at the moment that Donald Trump would be able to squeak in. And so this is my election map. This is the election map that I've been sitting on for a little while, in my opinion. And it's a kind of weird map, isn't it? With Arizona moving back into the Republican column, Georgia staying in the Democrat column, North Carolina squeaking by in the Republican column, as well as Pennsylvania. It's really interesting because if Donald Trump is able to retake Georgia, retake Pennsylvania, and hold North Carolina, he would win the election because these three big states hold the keys to the White House. But I believe, just in my opinion, from the things that I've seen, that many people on the inside are saying that the numbers for Harris in Georgia are better than Pennsylvania right now, that it's very possible that Pennsylvania could flip back red and Georgia could stay blue. It's very possible. And so it would be an incredible map. And for the first time in the 21st century, would the Rust Belt trio be voting not in lockstep with each other? Because usually if one goes red, they all go red. If one goes blue, they all go blue. That's usually what we see. But I think this election cycle, if that were to break, then this would be the time for it to break. Remember, a lot of bellwether counties and states broke as well. Remember, people used to say before before the Trump era, when Ohio voted for a president, then that's usually who you said won. But remember, Ohio has been voting by like 8 and 9% for Donald Trump, and he only won one of those elections. And when he won Ohio by even more, he lost the election even. He got less votes and less vote share compared to in 2016 when he actually won the state by less. So that's just not true anymore. Erie being a bellwether for the rest of the country, it just isn't true anymore. There are other bellwethers that just broke in the Trump era. Things just broke when Donald Trump runs for the presidency, and I think that's not going to change this election cycle. Something else will break. And I think if anything's going to break, it's the notion that the Rust Belt trio are going to vote in lockstep with each other. If it happens, I think it's going to be Pennsylvania that votes to the right of Wisconsin and Michigan. And if it happens, I also believe that there's a very high possibility that Kamala Harris will pick up Georgia, offsetting the losses in Pennsylvania and offsetting not being able to capture North Carolina, while also possibly losing Arizona and still winning the presidency by the by the hair on her chinny chin chin. Honestly, this if things go well for Kamala Harris, I can see this map as well with Nevada and Arizona, especially since she's regaining her vote share with Latinos and Latinos coming out and voting for Democrats more than they did in 2020. Because remember, Joe Biden didn't view the Hispanic vote as a part of his pathway to victory, and he actively neglected reaching out and campaigning and trying to offer Hispanic and Latino voters anything in 2020 because he didn't view their votes as necessary for winning the election, and that still was coming back to bite him because they remembered that and they didn't like it, and they weren't coming out for him in the polling at all this election cycle. But Kamala Harris has changed that. She is absolutely working for the Latino votes, and it's back to that 60-40 that we usually would call normal for Democrats to get, which is starting to push Nevada and Arizona in her column, the Atlanta metro area and Savannah, pushing Georgia closer to the Democrat column, Eau Claire and Milwaukee, keeping Wisconsin blue by a very small margin as well. Michigan still sitting blue with the Detroit metro area voting for Assad margins for Democrats, but Pennsylvania, just as demographics have been changing slightly and Republicans have been gaining slightly, those slight leads here and there can mean a lot, especially with Jill Stein and Cornel West being able to stick on the ballot. I did say that I don't believe they're going to do much, but I think they could possibly do something. And if they were to do something, and if they were hypothetically to harm Kamala Harris, I believe it would be in Pennsylvania. I believe it would be in Pennsylvania. And I think this is a very possible map. Yeah. Do you think Dems can hold Georgia again? I'm still shocked Biden was able to flip it. Yeah, absolutely. What, like, as I said, the Fulton County area is just so heavily, nastily pro Democrat. I find it hard to believe that Democrats can't hold Georgia. Remember that Georgia. Remember, like Democrat. Georgia senators. They have 2 Democratic senators, and both of them had to do at least 2 elections back to back, and Warnock had to do 4 back to back. Warnock won 4 elections in a row in Georgia. Ossoff won 2, 6 elections statewide that Democrats had to win to be able to take the senatorships in senator seats in Georgia, and they did it. They pulled it off. Small margins, yes, but actually better than they outperformed Joe Biden, and people like them. They're highly respected senators. Georgia is ready for statewide Democrats. It is ready for statewide Democrats. Whether it's going to be this election cycle, I'm not sure. I do believe they can take it. If a good enough Democrat steps up, they can take it. I mean, just look at Fulton County, 72-26, nasty, as well as all these other counties surrounding Fulton as well. This just massive blue area that just wasn't anything like this before. Columbus as well, 61-37. Savannah sitting at 58, 60-40. Basically, it is very possible for a statewide Democrat to win in Georgia if they're not running against a popular Republican. Stacey Abrams didn't get that luxury when she ran against Kemp, who was a very popular Republican governor. But remember, out of the 2 Republican states that hate MAGA, it is Arizona and it is Georgia. And I feel like that will still come to bite Trump in the ass as he's still fighting a losing battle against Brian Kemp for not stealing the election for him back in 2020 and constantly abusing him and his wife. I'm pretty sure. Didn't he call his wife like a bitch or something or ugly? He like insulted his wife too. Like, bro's like going insane against Kemp. It's just kind of crazy. He has some contempt for Kemp. But yeah, that's my election prediction. I do believe at the moment Kamala Harris is looking to win if she does win. A very close election, but yeah. Oh, if you want to know what I believe her best case scenario is, it would look like this. I believe she can max out at 319. I really do. 319 would go kind of crazy. Flipping North Carolina would be insane. Once again, the RNC would look like Jonestown if this actually happened, and it is possible for it to happen. But if you had to push me, I would say it's much more likely to look something like this, or look something like this, or look something like this, right? And possibly even this. This is very possible as well. Still a Kamala Harris win. Still a Kamala Harris win. An insane map, genuinely crazy map, but a map that's very possible. So yeah, that's my election prediction. Thanks for letting me yap, chat. I think about this stuff a lot. I've been thinking about this stuff a lot. I've been thinking about it a whole lot. It's been on my mind. It's been on my mind. Maple. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Keep yapping. That's my job. That's my job. Are you scared? I wouldn't say scared. Cautious. Yeah. I think Kamala Harris has been making every good move she needs to make to be able to win this election outside of being better on Gaza. Outside of that, I think she's making just every right decision. Every right decision besides on Gaza at the moment. I think she could lean more into stopping the war, stopping funds for Israel. Outside of that, I think she's making just about every correct move she can. And I've been very impressed with watching Democrats actually try to win. actually put their heart into winning. It's been very wild. This is not your normal room. No, as I said at the beginning of the stream, there was flooding upstairs. The sink flooded. And my computer desk was right below the sink. And so a piece of my drywall fell off of the ceiling, and I moved my computer to make sure that a piece of drywall wouldn't break off of the ceiling and smack me on the head, sending me into a coma instantly live on stream if I was to keep it there. So I decided to just move my computer just in case, better safe than sorry. You know what I mean? Love the lighting. Purple for the win. Thank you. My room flooded yesterday. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. I know the feeling. I know the feeling, friendo. I know the feeling. Yeah, that's my opinion. She's going to have to get out the vote a lot in Pittsburgh and Philly to win Pennsylvania. Yeah, a whole lot. A whole lot. I'm just not sure. What happens to Marjorie Greene after all this, I wonder? She's probably just gonna win her election again, honestly. The area where she wins, like that Atlanta exurb to the north, of Fulton. It's just so nastily, grossly. It's just gross, grimy, conservative. I just don't believe that she's going to be losing her election after this, no matter how stupid or crazy or cringe she is. I just don't believe that's going to happen. Can we talk about that racist guy I brought up the other day? He's wild. Who racist guy? You know how little that narrows it down? You can't hop onto the stream and be like, let's talk about that racist guy. You know how little that narrows it down? You know how many that racist guys we have on stream? Like the stream knows? Where's your fish? My fish tank and everything is just to the left of me here. They're doing well. Don't worry about them. Nerve gorilla? What the hell? Does he say the N-word in his videos or something? Nah, not his ass playing. Okay, well, whew. I thought it was Smite. It's Warcraft. Okay, yeah, he's definitely racist. Music from Fury. Yes, I do have Fury music in my stream playlist. Yes, I have Fury music because Fury music goes crazy. He doesn't. Oh, chat. You want to see some crazy conservative cope? You've got my election prediction. You want to see this? Okay, I told you that I got infatuated. Nothing I do is performative. I told you I got infatuated.
Nothing I do
with
is performative.
I told you I got infatuated with like crazy conservative copy election prediction videos. I probably found the craziest one. Like the number one craziest one. And many of you may be like, that's not possible, Shark. You can't find the craziest one. I think I found the most insane, genuinely the most insane one. The guy who's absolutely he's lost it. He's lost it. He's completely lost his mind. His brain has melted. He has lost his way. He has no clue what he's doing. And 51 state landslide prediction, actually close. Actually genuinely close. What is like, I think his name was like Gold Crown Politics or something. Yeah, it is Gold Crown Politics. Okay, chat, take a look at this. 147,000 views. I was just watching some conservative cringe election prediction videos because I thought they were insane, and I stumbled upon this one. I'm going to tell you is the craziest one. He sees himself as like an intellectual. Okay, he thinks he's cracked the code to the 2024 election, and he shows how the election mafia, okay, the cringe election Democrat paid off shills have been lying to you this whole time, and he's going to tell you how actually this election is going to be a cakewalk for Donald J. Trump, and it's going and there's no question about it. All right, Mike Rock, thank you so much for the gifted 2 subs. I really appreciate you helping other people join their friends. Being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. I recently watched a Quite vid, and it made me realize how many of your sharkisms are Trumpisms reclaimed. Wait, you didn't know? You didn't know? You know, like many people are saying this. I am the chosen one. Many people are saying. Many people are saying. They came to me and they said, "Sir, I am the chosen one." He live streams daily screaming racist shit. That's so funny. Okay, wait, chat. Just take a look at this, okay? This is Gold Crown Politics. This is one of my favorite election Twitter boys, okay? This is one of my favorite conservative election Twitter boys. And he's going to tell you how he cracked the code to elections. Take a look at this.
Hello, friends, and welcome to Gold Crown Politics.
Hi, friend.
Today we'll be covering why Donald Trump is leading the 2024 election by much more than you think.
So here's his map, okay? Just so you can see it. Just so you know, the lighter the color is, the closer it is in the margin that he's guessing right now. So he's saying New Mexico, a state that votes for Democrats by like 9 points, is going to be within a 3-point margin, possibly like a 1-point margin. Okay. Arizona, this is a lean. So this is like 3 to 5 points. So he thinks that Trump is going to win Arizona by like 4 points, Nevada by like 4 points, Georgia by like 4 to 5, North Carolina by like 5, and the Rust Belt trio once again by about 5. Minnesota, the state where Kamala Harris's actual VP is the governor of right now by about 1 percentage point, barely. He thinks that Donald Trump is going to sweep the election and win more states and win more votes than even he did in 2016.
If you happen to like this kind of content, make sure to hit the like button.
Actually, you know what?
Below.
You're right. I do love this content. I do.
And subscribe for more content just like this. So
I will.
currently Kamala Harris is holding steady with a national lead over Donald Trump in the RCP 5-way. She does have a
over under 20. I can see him easily being 17.
lead of about 1 point nationally, and the state polling is looking very competitive. You can see here
Virginia
leads by about
10
2%.
points. That's crazy.
Pennsylvania aggregate NRCP, he leads by just under a single point. In Georgia, and all of the other
all of these margins are down since he recorded this, just so you know.
recent swing state polls do seem to show a very tight race. All of these polls here show
OMG
no
is so
greater than a
tight.
4-point lead for either candidate in any of these states. Trump is up by 1 point in the latest Arizona poll. Harris leads by 2 in the latest Michigan poll. Trump's up by 3 points in the state of Nevada, 2 in Pennsylvania, 1 point in Wisconsin, 4 points in North Carolina. So, very close margins. And most of these polls here are from Trafalgar, which is a Republican pollster. So the real margins could, conceivably be even closer than these. But in my election map forecast,
yeah, who knows?
It might surprise some people that I do have Donald Trump currently winning this election pretty easily. He takes all the 7 major swing states by over 5 points. So all are likely margins. Pretty big wins in his column. He's up by 6 points in the state of Wisconsin in my forecast. He's up by 6 points in Michigan as well. 7 points in Pennsylvania. He's up by 10 points.
7 points. He thinks, just so you know, this means that he thinks the election is going to be 7 points. He thinks this election is going to move over 10 points in Trump's direction. Just so you know, he's claiming that this is going to be a Trump plus 10 election. This is him saying that he thinks that Donald Trump is going to win the popular vote margin. Okay? Even though Joe Biden got 8 million more votes than him last time, he thinks that Trump is going to win the popular vote margin maybe by 3 million votes. Just to put this into perspective.
Points in the state of North Carolina. He's up by 7 in Georgia in my forecast, 7 in the state of Arizona, and 8 points in Nevada.
Wait, when was the last time that? Wait, I want to see this. I need a 270 to win. I need a Georgia. Has Georgia voted +7 for a Republican in the 21st century? When was the last time Georgia voted +7 for a Republican? 2000, 2004, and the last time that happened was 2004. He's saying Georgia is going to revert to 2004 numbers for 2012. Oh yeah, here. Yeah, about 2012. Like it's going to revert to like these types of numbers. Okay, buddy. All right, buddy.
And he's knocking on the door in deep.
+7. Wait, did you say +7 Nevada?
Of North Carolina. He's up by 6 points in the state of Wisconsin in my forecast. He's up by 6 points in Michigan as well. 7 points in Pennsylvania.
Was Reagan the last person to win Wisconsin, or the last Republican to win Wisconsin by 7? Wait, I need to see this one too. 270. 270 to win states. I gotta check out the Wisconsin one. This is a crazy one. Wisconsin chat. Let's just take a little look. Let's give it a looky. Let's just give a little looky. What 12. We gotta go back, way back. When was the last time this shit happened? Oh my lord, has it ever happened? 1984. Oh my gosh, it's literally 19. Chat. It's literally 1984. Oh, it's literally 1984. The prophecy? Yeah, Reagan. Literally, Reagan was the last person to win Wisconsin, or last Republican to win Wisconsin by that type of margin. All right, chat. Donald Trump is the new Reagan. You've heard it here first.
Pennsylvania. He's up by 10 points in the state of North Carolina.
10?
7 in Georgia in my forecast, 7 also in the state of Arizona, and 8 points in Nevada. And he's knocking on the door in deep blue states like Minnesota and New Mexico. Now, those state margins are definitely more bullish for Trump than what the polls are indicating.
Yeah, we'll call that bullish, sure.
Because my predictions have consistently had Trump up by pretty much more than every other forecaster out there. However, there is a reason for this. I believe,
of course,
Trump is
it's not because he's a political hack and completely insane. Obviously, he has scientific delusions. Chat, let me introduce you to his model.
up by more than expected, because when predicting elections, most other people seem to get it wrong. They're not looking at the right indicators. They don't seem to understand how to properly predict elections. And in today's video,
they don't get
I'm going to prove to you without a doubt that Donald Trump,
the election mafia, they don't get it
by larger margins than what the polling and other forecasters would suggest. Let's get into it. So the most common issue people have when predicting elections is that most of them, basically examine the polling averages. They look at the averages, right? They look at the swing states, they look at the aggregates, and then they kind of try to predict the election based off of the swing state polls. Well,
that's not necessarily wrong.
That is not an accurate way to predict elections. Swing state polls are very inaccurate. They're very inconsistent. For example, back in 2020, let's say you took a look at the state polling for Ohio 4 years ago. I want you to look at this. Pay attention. In 2020, Joe Biden led the Ohio RCP aggregate essentially the entire time, spanning from June of 2020 all the way to the election, where Trump barely took a lead of 1 point on election day. When you look at 2020, Trump actually won the state of Ohio by 8 points. That was a...
So here's something. Remember, chat, remember how I told you, don't look at the margins? People Children look at the margins. Adults look at the vote share. Now, take a look at this, okay? Something that he's missing. Biden's vote share in the aggregate was 4.6%. You know what the actual voting percent was? 45. So the aggregate was super accurate, under 1 point wrong for Biden's margins. Just what they were wrong about was Trump's margins. So once again, look at the Democrats' margins in the Trump era, and that's how you can figure out whether or not the Democrat is more or less likely to win. The closer they are to 50, the higher they are to win. If they're over 50, near 90% chance to win.
7-point polling miss according to RCP. That is just awful, just horrendous polling bias.
So true.
Let's take another state. Let's look at Wisconsin. If you
OMG.
take a look at RCP for Wisconsin,
I told you.
Joe Biden, you see here, led the entire time. He led.
Oh my
all the
gosh,
way
that's
from
crazy.
August of 2020 all the way to November pretty convincingly, and he led.
So he goes on to talk about how everybody's got it wrong. Everybody who's been spending literally their entire lives looking at prediction models are incredibly wrong, and how he's cracked the code. Look at his model.
Over time consistently. What I do is the opposite of most people. Instead of predicting the state margins first, I predict the national margin first. If you've seen my channel before, you know that I am big on predicting the national popular vote.
So yeah, so this is him predicting the national popular vote margin. This is him just guessing. That he literally pulled this shit out of his ass, and he believes that Donald Trump will win the popular vote by almost 5 points. Mind you, Biden won the popular vote by 4.5. Clinton won the popular vote by 2.5. So this is a swing from 8 to, but this is a swing of close to 9 to 6 points in Trump's favor. He thinks this election is going to be like plus 10 Trump. So Trump is going to get voters out of the goddamn ether. Okay, I don't remember the last time a Republican won the popular vote by 5 points. I don't think it was the 21st. Maybe Bush did after 9/11. But dude, Trump is no Bush after 9/11, dog. I'm sorry. I know you hate immigrants. I know you hate brown people. But I'm sorry. Brown people walking over the imaginary line we drew up for the country is not the same as fucking 9/11. It's just not. I promise you it's not. I promise you it's not. I promise you it's not.
First, because this is how you predict elections. The national environment is indicative of how the nation at large will swing. And currently Trump is at 4.6 points in my vote share model. That's not quite red wave territory, but it is a big lead. And it produces this map right here for—
That's not red wave territory. A Republican hasn't won the popular vote in like years, over a decade.
Donald Trump. And this vote share model is actually very accurate. Going back to 2020, had you plugged in the same exact model, the national environment would have been predicted within a 0.5 percentage point. That is scary.
So if he just guessed what the popular vote margin was in 2020, he says he definitely would have been right. The problem is he didn't plug in 2016 at all, because he only has one data point to prove that his model works. It like retrospectively, only one data point, and it's 2020, and it barely works. And so he just went forward in the future and said, I think Donald Trump's gonna win by 6 points.
Very accurate. And this model is based off of metrics that have been proven to be way more consistent than any has ever been over the past decade plus. You know, job approval, guys, this is the most accurate political metric we have available to us right now over multiple election cycles. Job approval has been a great predictor of national vote share. It's typically off by about only a point when third-party vote share is low. 1996 was an exception to this, but if you adjust for undecideds, it is very accurate. In 2020, for example, look at my vote share model. Trump was projected to get 46.6% of the national vote. He actually got 46.8. You cannot get more accurate than that, only a 1/5 of a point off. And for 2024, I'm using the same exact model, and it's indicating Trump's lead is much larger than what the state polling would suggest. Harris has an adjusted job approval of around 45.
Yeah, look, he literally wrote it down. A 9-point shift, a 10-point shift for Republicans. Somehow, out of nowhere. Just
5%.
He pulled it out of his ass. He found it.
Has about a 40% job approval, but I do adjust for undecideds, and because of that, she is boosted to about 45%. So that's about what she should be getting nationally, at least right now. Third parties.
She should just be getting, her job approval is at 45%. So she should be getting 45% of the vote. What? Source, I made it up. This man right now.
They're on to me, dude. Those guys are
Not the
sharp as nails.
Pepe Silva.
Back and I got a paper trail. I gotta go up to his office. I gotta put his mail in the guy's goddamn hands.
Not Captain Pepe Silva. What's Trump's approval at? Let me check. I know it's minus minus 10 at the moment, but Trump's approval right now is sitting at 42%. 42%. Well, this is favorability, but it's sitting at like 42% right now. That's where it's hovering around. Favorability, is there like job approval? Minus 11. Minus 11 is how we see it right now. Trump's approval, minus 11. Kamala Harris, minus 5. So 42% here. What, like 44% here? Just what the hell is happening? What's he doing? What's happening? What's going on? Buddy.
Are getting around 5.7% of the vote share, and Trump is getting around 49% in the model. About a 5-point lead for Trump right now. And if Trump is up by 5 points nationally, he is most definitely winning this election comfortably in that case, and by much more than what the state polling would suggest. The nation would swing by about 9 points to the right from 2020. So you see this map right here. The average.
If the numbers I pulled straight out of my booty hole were true,
so all things being
Donald Trump would sweep the election.
Not your friend. They are not accurate. You can look at the state polling, NRCP. You can also look at other aggregates. By the way, 538. They also overestimated Biden by wide margins back in 2020. Look at the state of Texas. Trump led their Texas aggregate by only 1 point on election day 2020, and Trump actually won the state by about 5.5. So it's not like the polling bias is exclusive to just one aggregate. Literally all aggregates out there overestimated Biden and underestimated Trump by a wide margin. In my first.
So based on approval, Trump would get less votes? No, it's only, listen, don't worry about, you're thinking too hard about it, okay? Believe. Have you ever thought about believing instead of like thinking too hard about it? Because if you believe, then you will perceive the Donald Trump 4.5 election win, election sweep, actually. Trust the model. Dude, it was so accurate in 2020. Just trust the model, okay? Have you ever thought about trusting the model? Goofball? Come on.
First election model. This one uses national polling bias. Back in 2020, Democrats were overestimated nationally by about 4.5 points. That was just a big polling miss. So I'd say, any polling in general, whether it be state polling, whether it be national polls, do not pay attention to them. You see Harris currently is up by about a point nationally. I would not believe that. Take this margin here with a heavy grain of salt. Many of these polls here have oversampled Democrats nationally, and they just spit out these results that are skewing the aggregate, oversampling Democrats. So these polls, I would not trust them. Instead,
trust my random bullshit. So yeah, this one's one of my favorites. This one's up here with one of my favorites. My favorite Cope sessions. Possibly ever recorded as well. It's just so interesting. He's just such a peculiar boy, I will say. As well, where's that other guy? Where's that other guy? Oh yeah, that guy, like Real American. I told you about the other day. He did a stream earlier today, and while I was preparing a stream, I was listening to it because I love these guys. These are my favorite guys. This guy he's so funny to me. He's such a peculiar boy because he says in his stream earlier today, he said that he thinks that Kamala Harris got bodied by Mike Pence in the 2020 vice presidential debate that she did with him. He believes that she got bodied, completely throttled, and that's his reasoning for why the debates don't matter, because even though she got throttled, her and Biden still won, even though everybody knows that Kamala Harris wiped the floor with Mike Pence and was leading in every single poll done afterwards of people who watched it, that she bodied him completely, that she just simply won the debate, period. They love going back to the past for their wins, don't they? Listen, they're conservative they're always looking backwards for a reason, okay? Because they remember that one time when they totally won and it was super epic. You're just hating on the up and coming indie pollster. Well, actually, did you guys, you know Red Eagle Politics, right? He has become a pollster. Did you all know that? Him and some of his boyfriends put together the funds to create and like move forward with a Republican pollster of their own called SoCal Strategies. So SoCal Strategies is their polling firm where they now do real polling away from the election mafia and Nate Plastic and Kubido's plastic ball. Wait, that's them? Yes. Yes, let me see if I can pull up 538 for you. His name is right on it. His name's right on it, yes. Yeah, SoCal. Oop, look, see? Ready to go, Paul? That's him. This is the guy. This is his poster. He has his own poster now. And these are the polls they drop. I've seen those polls. Yeah, this is Red Eagle's personal polls that him and one of his boyfriends commissioned. Yeah, On Point Politics. Yeah, Red Eagle and his boyfriend here, On Point Politics. These two like right-wing election channels. Both of these guys put, as you see, they got like a polycule going on too with Gold Crown Politics. He was even there too. The guy that we just saw that said that Donald Trump is on track to win by 10 points in every swing state here in coming up, that the election mafia just won't tell you is true, even though it's so absolutely amazingly true. Yeah, SoCal Strategies is their pollster. Yeah, they put up the funds and they do their own polls now. And these polls came out. They had a likely voter screen with Biden at Trump +4. Another one here with Trump +1. Even in their own polls, right? Even in their own polls where they weighed, they got a D+6. They wrote that they got a D+6 sample, but then they just weighed down the Democrats' vote share all the way from 6 down to 1. Because that's what they think it's going to be, like just simply a D+1 electorate is all. They just crushed the Democrat vote down to almost nothing, and Trump only won by +1. Still, even with that happening, and then when they did their registered voter screen, it was still 47-47. So yeah, I've seen these polls. Yeah, this is their polls. This is their polls. I mean, he even covered it. They recently came out with a poll that was Kamala Harris +2, if I remember correctly. We conducted our own poll. Yeah, see? Even he has his boyfriend's poll, and then he makes videos about it.
North Carolina, Georgia, and it has rung true in the past. In 2012, Mitt Romney was never ahead. Nationally, we've done it in Michigan before, and Donald Trump himself shared the poll on his Truth Social.
So yeah, Donald Trump even shares Red Eagles polls. He's like, look, I'm doing so well. We're cooking, chat. Chat, look, we're gonna win. Even the YouTubers say we're gonna win.
By the way,
Senpai noticed me.
Acknowledgement of this channel from the former and potentially future president himself.
OMG.
But in terms of the poll, we were questioning, what are we going to get? Because now we want to be transparent with this. This is not some data that we, trumped up to make Donald Trump look good. It's
of course
not data that we were, overly cautious with, where we didn't wait at all, because that would be inaccurate way to kind of go about it as well. But here's the result: Kamala Harris is up. She is leading.
Anyways, even in this crazy Republican pollster, just so you know, Red Eagle is friends with Nick Fuentes. Red Eagle went to Nick Fuentes's America First Fest that he had back in, I think, 2022. He's friends with John Doyle. He's friends with Nick Fuentes. He calls himself like an ethnic nationalist or something along those lines. Something nationalist. He has sympathies towards far right mass shooters. He believes that if we just listen to the mass shooters' demands, then the world would just be a better place. That's why he blocked me, actually, on Twitter, for saying that I think that's incorrect. But yeah, even in Nick Fuentes's best friends poll, Kamala Harris still walks away with a +2, and also over 50% still. Doyle and Fuentes, don't they hate each other? It's like you ever see those pictures of like the kid sitting in sitting in the corner as like mommy and daddy fight. That's kind of like what's going on with those three. But yeah, listen, he doesn't care about their bickering back and forth. He's just like, man, you want to kick out Browns out of the country? I feel the same, brother. You know, he's more pragmatic. He doesn't get as emotional about it. You see. But yeah, that's his poster. Interesting stuff. But yeah, even in their polls, they weren't even able to come out with a win for the Republicans in the Senate race. Bob Casey was up 5 and 6, even in their polls. So yeah, cooked. Chat. This is what we call cooked. What's your opinion on the best case scenario for the election? 2020 plus North Carolina. That is the #1 best case scenario for the election. 2020 plus North Carolina. Just look at the 2020 map and flip North Carolina blue, and I think that's the best Kamala Harris can do this election cycle. I think that's I don't think she can do any better than that realistically, unless like Donald Trump dies or something. I don't believe like anything else is going on. Any further left than that. People talking about Blexus are insane. Listen, in 8 years, okay, in like 2032, or in 2028, okay, in 2030, in 2028 and like 2032, maybe we'll be talking about Blexus a whole lot more. But right now, nah. It ain't gonna be that way. Huge cope. Probably the biggest cope known to man. While polls are fun, I don't take them seriously. Listen, the real poll is on election day, okay? So just make sure you get out there and vote. But yeah, that's where I think the race stands. Those some crazy election boys that I've been keeping track of because I just think they're so fun. They're such curious little guys, you know? It's like, for me, watching conservative election Twitter and YouTube is like bird watch. I view it as bird watching, if I'm gonna be honest with you. It's just so curious. They're just curious boys over there. I just like to keep track of them every now and again. Like watching apes at the zoo. Now, I wouldn't say that, but you might not be the most incorrect person, I will say. There are people who are more incorrect than you. I'm not gonna say you're right, but there are people who are more incorrect than you are right now. Big win. Donald Trump, a big win. Big win. Big win. Do I have something like in the interim to pull up for you before we hop into the other seggies we got? Oh yeah, did you guys see this? Did you guys see this? Because this was super interesting. CNN likes to do their little focus groups and panels every now and again, and they got 8 undecided voters from the Pennsylvania state, all together, who watched the DNC, and this is how they came across after this is their opinions after they watched the DNC and Kamala Harris's speech.
About that. Right. But what I want to ask all of you all together at this point, like I said, none of you were ready to make a commitment to any candidate in November. Please raise your hand right now if you're now ready to make a commitment after today. Wow. I'm just kind of surprised by it. We haven't rehearsed this. Maybe we'll test this. 7 of you are now ready. Scott?
Yes, I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris.
Andy?
Yeah, Kamala Harris.
Yeah. Donna?
I'm voting for her also.
Sean? Sean?
Yes, Kamala.
Sabrina?
Carmela.
Pat?
Not Carmela. Carmarillo. I love her. I love Carmela's speech. Varmarillo.
Check.
Kamala.
What a lady.
Brian?
Trump.
Trump.
Oof.
And finally, Lindsay.
Oof.
Still probably not voting.
So probably you don't like either of them.
Nope.
Okay.
Not a fan.
What led to
Unfortunately, she's anti-woman racist. Hate to see it.
you all making a decision? Was it that decisive of an evening, Scott?
Yeah, I really, as I said before, I really liked her confidence. She's really seemed presidential. She seemed very confident. Like
I loved it when she said she was going to use the military to kill people. Thank you.
She filled you in on her background.
Thank you, Carmela.
She struggled. Her mother struggled.
All right.
Middle class family.
Donna, you were.
He cut that boy off real quick. He cut that boy off lickety split. But this is something that we've been seeing. This is something that we've been seeing in a lot of things with people coming out who kind of do these focus groups, who do these who talk to voters on the ground and everything, that people are starting to solidify and crystallize their opinions about the election. That's why it's so important that Kamala Harris and Trump too start to really push to get people to make a decision. The undecided people have been dropping steadily, and it's been a little scary for people. But I will say, with this being the case, Kamala Harris has been coming out on top. Frank Luntz, a GOP pollster, came out the other day to say that Donald Trump is even committing political suicide with how poorly he's running his campaign. He's depressed. He's also like experiencing PTSD symptoms, people say as well. I mean, this might be a story for like another time, but to talk on it briefly, remember how Donald Trump got grazed by that bullet with that mass shooting at his rally like a month ago or so, like a little over a month ago now. People have been commenting about in private, Donald Trump has been kind of exhibiting PTSD like symptoms recently. Like he's been more depressed. His mood has taken like a massive shift downwards. He's more irritable. And also probably one of the like most worrying things is that they catch him constantly like watching the video of him watching the video of like the shooting from multiple angles on repeat, like again and again and again. He can't stop watching it. He can't stop watching it. He can't stop looking at it. He said it makes him. People said it makes him sick. Like, and after he does it, he becomes almost nonverbal, to the point where they're actually worrying about his well-being. And this isn't like a knock against him. I would imagine, I would imagine almost dying. I would imagine like getting like almost getting shot. Like watching those watching people like post the picture of you almost dying. Playing videos of you, people making like edits out of you almost dying, having to see pictures of it like over and over again, like having to watch videos of him almost dying, even watching people like cheer the idea of you almost dying. It started to get really real for him, and it seems like it's hit him like really, really hard. And I think the best way I think the best way I can show that was when Aiden Ross displayed the Cybertruck with that like rap of him getting shot on it, and his reaction to him seeing it. He was like, it was a very muted response from him, honestly. Here, just take a look.
Really, Dave? You heard about that?
Yeah, no.
That's just they took
Shout out to Mr. Musk.
That's beautiful. Hey, that is beautiful.
Am I going to close the door?
Not a smile, not a single smile.
Check out this rap and let me know your honest thoughts.
I think it's incredible. I think it's incredible.
Go to the front.
Look at his face. I think it's incredible. He knows he has to say, wow, that's so cool, because his people constantly keep posting the image and video of it. And he has to see it all the time. He has to see it. He has to think about it. He has to look at it constantly. Like he's watching videos of it on repeat, forcefully, even in his spare time. They catch him on his phone, just watching it over and over again. And like this is kind of what kind of sold it for me, was his reaction to this, is that he saw it again, and you can, look, everybody's smiling, everybody thinks it's so cool, so interesting. Wow, isn't that so cool, Mr. President? And he's like, he can't even crack a smile.
So you know what they did? AI. What Google did is they took, or they let it happen. See the Secret Service agents here?
Yeah.
They're angry in there. You know? They put smiles on their face.
Right.
You heard about that?
Yeah, no.
That's just terrible.
Yeah, I know. But that's how easy it is to manipulate
It's
everything.
a little bit scary.
Yeah, it is. It's very scary. We need like a system where we can quickly fact check things and see if it's real and authentic.
Yeah, and right now they don't have that.
No, they don't.
That's the problem.
So I know we're not going to drive anywhere, but I was wondering if you wanted to like listen to like a song in here.
Let's go.
All right, cool. This is how you open it up.
It is incredible.
Yeah, it is.
Incredible. Yeah, I wanted to look at this article too. It was really interesting. Former President Trump may have PTSD after narrowly surviving an assassination attempt last month. Trump, the Republican nominee, sustained some injuries. Trump had been watching the 7-second clip of how he almost got shot in the head over and over again. A Republican close to the Trump campaign told Vanity Fair he may legit have PTSD. The FBI said in late July that they had agreed to that Trump had agreed to be interviewed as part of the investigation of the assassination attempt. There's a routine victim interview consisting of our procedures and going over a crime and instances. But the meeting on August 1st ended up being a briefing on the FBI's investigation, with Trump asking more questions than law enforcement asked him. Trump was repeatedly told by investigators. Trump was repeatedly told that investigators were still unable to say exactly what motivated him. Trump was told that crooks had searched online for both Democrats and Republicans. So what really happened was that this guy who shot at Trump actually was just looking for the closest Democrat or Republican to where he lived to shoot in the head, hopefully, and Trump just happened to be the one who was close to him. At that time, Trump wanted to know where the Bureau had determined if any foreign entities were connected. The FBI told Trump that they were looking at emails to see if he was in contact with anybody foreign, but they weren't able to find anything. Trump confirmed the meeting during a press conference in Mar-a-Lago, but offered no details. The FBI came to see me about the shooter. I think they've done a very good job. Yeah, he just continues watching the video over and over again. Some people said his mood changed too. It's just like his mental health has actually deteriorated. And have you been seeing how he's been talking and acting recently? How he's had like no energy whatsoever. Have you seen the fact that he's just drained? He's just not the Trump he used to be. Like Trump pre-shooting and post-shooting, he's just not the guy. He's just not there. His heart isn't in it anymore. He's just not the guy he used to be. He's starting to sound like Jeb. Yeah, he's not been sleeping well. He's just really not that guy anymore. And it's really interesting. I will say I've never felt bad for Trump in my entire life. And I still don't really feel that bad for him now. But if I was ever to feel bad for him, I think this would be closer to being it. He's just he really just lost his way after the shooting. He's just really a different guy. Like I showed you some of these clips the last time we streamed, but like it really hits me once you start looking at the way he's been talking and acting recently.
No, I would just do cocaine. That was really.
He has like no energy anymore.
Yeah. So That's
down and dirty, right?
Yeah, and it was.
But you don't anymore?
No, I don't do it anymore, man, and I'm not doing it.
You go back to then it's alcohol for the most part.
Right, yeah, but what I want probably is cocaine, but I know that if I have a drink.
Yeah, there's this one where he talks about the F, where he talks.
Who bought it all? How disgusted we're all when we see, all of us are, when we see 3 days ago when we viewed their parade.
His brain's genuinely melting because of the shooting, man. Maybe the shooter really didn't miss his brain at all. He did something even worse than shooting him in the head. He eroded his mental health to the point where he's just a shell of his former self. Take a look at this one too.
They just have it out for the police. Nobody knows why. I don't understand why. From a common sense, I like to say the Republican Party is now the party of common sense. Conservative, yeah, I guess conservative. It doesn't matter. It's the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have strong police protection. We want a military that can protect us. We want great schools, school choice, ideally. We want to have a good life. We want to be safe. But let's review Kamala's pro-crime, anti-police record.
He's so done. He's so sad. he's so sad, man. And this is how he was talking just like not too long after the shooting, but even still here, he like listen to him. He hates his life. Like Trump genuinely hates his life. I always thought that he was really running for president to stop himself from being hit with all these lawsuits left and right from all the crimes that he's committed. And I still believe that to this very day. But this is just something, I don't know, it's just something different. We've just been seeing it more. There was like a little bit of it a while ago when he was like, nobody told me how hard it was to be the president. I was completely surprised when I won the election, like back in 2016 when he actually won, where he genuinely didn't believe he was going to win, right? But now I think he's just in too deep, especially with all these court cases coming after him. He saw what happened when he wasn't the president. He needs that presidential immunity that the Supreme Court dropped down to stop himself from like possibly sitting in a jail cell. So yeah, he's running for his life. Not only running to be president, he's running for his life. If he doesn't win, and he gets hit with those court cases, it's very possible he could spend a good chunk of the remainder of his life as a 78-year-old man in jail. A substantial portion of the rest of the time he has left on Earth, sitting in a prison cell. And so, like, listen to this. This is what tipped me off to like the fact that it's just changed for him. The dynamics of the race have changed. Everything has really changed, and he just and like running for president and everything, like the hate he's gotten, the pressure that's on him, and it just all culminated with the shooting where he just genuinely hates his life now.
I will always be here.
Wait, let me see if I can turn this up. This clip's a little quiet.
I will always be here. I'll be here. I don't know. I'm getting tired of protecting you, but I will always be here.
I'll be here.
I'll be here. I don't know. I'm getting tired of protecting you.
Look at that face. Look at the genuine pain in his face after he said, "I'm getting tired of protecting you." This was a couple days after he was shot. No, my bad. No, that wasn't. It was a couple days after he got shot. I think this might have been right before he got shot. Something. It was around that time. Oh, actually, I think this was I don't know. It might have been that elect. I don't know. It was around that time when he got shot. When he was in Pennsylvania. But yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here. Oxpecker, thank you so much for the 5. Thanks for the tip. I really appreciate you. I've been saying it for weeks now. I think Trump suffered a minor stroke after the assassination attempt. He's been gradually exhibiting more symptoms. My mom is a trauma nurse, and I know this subject a bit. Yeah, like the slurring, his just mood changes, like the sadness that he's been experiencing. He just seems so exhausted as a person. And like, look at this, like after this, once again in Michigan, compare it to this.
Repeatedly endorsed defunding the police, which I said, and it's at a level and it never goes away. You know, when you're a defunder or when you are even a politician, your first thought usually is the thought that you go with. If she ever had a chance, she would do whatever she could to.
He's just so done, man. He's just so done with his life, man. Yeah, and the lisp too. This is when he was talking to Elon.
Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him. You know, both sides.
Yo, Grandpa forgot to bring his dentures to the Twitter space, dog. Somebody help him. Somebody send a Secret Service officer to grab his dentures, man. He can barely talk.
That was a hard thing to do. Unification.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Shut for a succotash.
posted, it would have been excellent. And I hope we can have something like that today.
Well, I think we will. I'm pretty sure we will. And congratulations, because I see you broke every record in the book with so many millions of people, and it's an honor.
It's just he's just lost it, man. He lost his touch, he lost his edge, he almost lost his life, and now he's losing his mind. I think it might actually be over for him. A lot of people don't talk about this dynamic in the race, but I think he actually, I think like people don't talk about the Trump hating his life aspect of the 2024 race, but yeah, that he actually hates his life, man. He actually hates his downer Dawn. Yeah, it's down. People were like, oh, Trump has all this energy. Remember, Donald Trump was doing like 5 rallies a day in like different states, and he's been off the campaign trail for like 2 weeks since when Biden dropped out of the race. He was doing less campaigning than Biden, honestly. And we originally thought that it was because he just didn't think he needs to campaign. I just really don't think he has the heart to campaign anymore. I think he's gotten too old. He's simply too old. His heart isn't in it anymore. He has fucking PTSD. He's getting old. Like, listen to these lisps are getting horrible.
Obviously, everybody understands that somebody that building should have been covered. And
I mean,
that was the big thing.
Like, it's so bad. It's been on and off. He's actually been having, like, you know how Biden had days where he just wasn't there anymore? Trump is now really experiencing that too. He's just having days where he's just not there anymore.
Beautiful once again, and we will keep.
Let me see it. Turn it up.
The U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency, because right now it is under siege. Beautiful once.
Oh, he really does sound like Sylvester the Cat, man. Bro, he's gonna pull up to the debate like Daffy Duck. Yo, oh man, it's getting so bad. He just keeps speaking worse and worse.
I don't kiss men, but I kissed him. We had a.
What? I gotta keep that one. We might need to turn that one into an audio clip. That one went crazy.
I don't kiss men, but I kissed him.
All right, dog. You talking about Joe? No, it's some other guy. I have no clue who that is. I have no clue who that is. But yeah, Trump's, he hates his life, man. He just can't campaign like he used to. He really can't. But yeah, the Frank Luntz, the GOP pollster, said that Trump is committing political suicide with how bad he's running his campaign now. Longtime GOP pollster Frank Luntz said on Wednesday in an interview that he's seeing a broad shift in the 2024 polls towards Harris as she rides the intensity advantage over Trump, and he's committing political suicide. Luntz said Harris's recent enthusiasm boost has tapped into a part of the electorate that may not have otherwise voted in November. That's another big thing in the race, how Kamala Harris has now activated low propensity voters. That's what people think might be the wild card in the race, is that Kamala Harris's low propensity voters. People back when it was Trump and Biden running against each other, people who didn't vote in 2016 or 2020 were leaning towards Trump. But now in polls, they've seen a shift where those people have started to lean towards Harris. And that's because she's getting people out to vote who were sitting on the sidelines and who just weren't worried. People are excited about Kamala Harris, not just people who were running, not just people who were interested in voting before, not just people who are interested in politics in general. There's just a section of the electorate, the 1 to 2/3 of the electorate that just never really turns out to vote, that has started to come out for Harris as opposed to Trump. And I think it's going to be really interesting dynamic that we could see really a shift, not only an incumbency boost for Kamala Harris, but also the same sort of disaffected voter boost that we saw Trump get in 2016 with the people who are low propensity coming out to vote now, because a lot of Democratic voters, what sends Democrats over the top, what sent Obama over the top in 2008 and 2012 were those low propensity voters who, and this is another really important thing in polling, how you'll see that people just generally think that Donald Trump is better on the economy, and people will tell you that the economy is the most important thing for people when they go vote, which is true, but there's something important that people are missing. Donald Trump is winning when it comes to in people's minds, when you ask them, who do you think is going to be better on the economy, him or Harris? But you know, something else that happened is that in 2012, you know who else was winning in polling when it comes to who do you think will be better on the economy between Obama and Romney? It was Romney. Now, you would expect Romney wouldn't have gotten trounced so bad, since, once again, obviously right off the heels of the Great Recession, you would imagine that if you think that the non-incumbent presidential candidate would be better on the economy, that they would do a lot better, even if they still lost in the race. But that wasn't true for Romney. And the reason was because even though he was polling better on who do you think would be better on the economy, Obama was polling better in another question that's equally, if not more important, by what we've seen historically, which is, who cares about people like me? And that's a question that doesn't come up in every single poll, but when it does, something very interesting is shown. And it's something that we can look back through the 21st century and beyond, when we see the question being asked, is when you ask people, which candidate cares more about people like me, my family, my mom, my children, my niece, my grandma, my friends, my coworkers, the people who I care about. Kamala Harris always wins on who cares about people like me, which is, once again, what Obama won, even though Romney won who do you think is going to be better on the economy. And so that's something worth looking out for too. It's very important. Is he slurring worse than Biden? I think he is sometimes, yeah, he has his days where he slurs worse than Biden. Yeah. When Biden has his bad days and he's slurring really bad, it's the same with Trump. Trump has his days where he's slurring really bad. And I think it's as bad as Biden, honestly. Sometimes even not worse. There were parts of that Elon call where he was slurring worse than Biden. It was kind of crazy. It was kind of crazy. Asked how significant the margin Harris's votes will be in the overall electorate pool, he said 1, maybe 2 points, but that's enough. Lund suggested that there's 3 component attributes: issues and conditions of the country that build candidate support, and you shift the demographics and you shift the entire outcome. The issues and conditions favor Donald Trump. He should be winning this election, but the attributes are so much more in Harris's favor that he's not. I'm trying to do a focus group tonight with undecided voters under the age of 27 for a major outlet. And this is what tells you a whole lot. Listen to this. And I can't recruit young women to this because they don't exist as undecided voters. Lund described a broad shift in voters towards Harris, driven by the appeal of her attributes, particularly among disillusioned young adults and women. The people who are undecided have all collapsed towards Harris. The people who are weak Trump have all collapsed towards undecided, and it's a broad shift. Lund also noted that Trump at times appears to be undermining the appeal of his own attributes. He pointed towards a recent moment when Trump praised the billionaire Elon Musk for firing unionizing workers. Listen, he's just a billionaire. Of course he thinks that's cool. Firing unionizing workers who want better pay. Obviously, screwing over the middle class is something that it runs in his blood. His dad became popular, who got arrested in KKK rallies, who stole the working class present to become a billionaire, and he got handed down that money, and now he sells out and steals the working class's future to become a billionaire and to run for president, ruining the working class's future for a unionized future where they can collectively bargain against their against the owning class overlords who look to control their lives more and more, especially when it comes from the conservatives that have been building a movement in Silicon Valley. I want to talk about that sometime too. Yeah. So that's what we got going on right now. It's kind of crazy. His dad was a notorious slumlord and racist. Like, yeah, he was arrested while rioting in KKK rallies, man. Yeah, this guy is crazy. This guy's completely insane. He's completely lost his mind. Yeah, but listen, it just runs in his blood, man. That's the type of guy he is. Yeah, the economy polling numbers have also been shifting towards here. I've been seeing that there's been a like a slow but consistent shift in people who think that Kamala Harris would be better on the economy than Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump can't win that by like double digits, like that question, I don't think he's going to win the election, because that's his like real appeal. Okay, like kicking brown people out of the country and making economy good because he billionaire man. That's like the Donald Trump's only appeal as a candidate. And if he can't if he can't convincingly convince people of those two things, dude, he's cooked. He's cooked. He can't win. It's simply not possible for him to win if he can't do that. Yeah, successfully sued by the government for being racist too. Successfully sued by women for being a rapist. Like, I mean, this guy's crazy. Next door neighbors and best friends to Jeffrey Epstein. Women who have been young girls who were trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein said that they were trafficked through Donald Trump's casinos and even to his own home, sneaking into the Miss America pageant's dressing room to get a peek at the young girls changing their panties. Like, this guy's crazy. And the Democrats can't call out Donald Trump's connection to Jeffrey Epstein because they have to keep saying that they love Bill Clinton. It's quite sad, isn't it? Quite sad indeed. I don't want to get too hopeful, but this guy is potentially very screwed. He is actually potentially like super duper screwed. He might actually be finished. He might actually be donezo. Trump saying price control is bad is not helping the view on him. Okay, you want to see something really funny? You know how after Kamala Harris said she wanted to institute price gouging, a national price gouging ban? This is not Machine Girl. No. You know how he said he wanted to institute a price gouging. She said she wanted to institute a price gouging ban, and Trump called her a communist. And now now he keeps calling her Comrade Kamala. There was actually a poll done on price controls, and America said they love communism. All the fucking like econ Twitter, the economy talking head dweebs, all of them came out to say that Kamala Harris is cringe and stinky for trying to say that price gouging food during an inflationary period was bad and terrible politics, and tried to crush her over it. But like, Americans said they love communism. Take a look at this. Chat. Look. Econ Twitter coming together against price controls. Shut up, bitch. Poll dropped. Support for capping increases on food and grocery. Support 65% of the country. 65% of the country said communism good. Rise up, comrades. Comrades with a K, okay? Communism with a K. Welcome to coconut communism. I am here, dog. And Donald Trump and the rest of the Republicans keep trying to call this communism. 65% of people support Support it. It's kind of crazy. And you know what's even more sad is that Donald Trump, when he was president, tried to stop himself from losing the election when it comes to people's views on the economy, because he instituted a price gouging ban during the end of his presidency when COVID was getting really bad and price gouging was going terrible for essential goods like tissues and like tissues and hand sanitizer. Remember how people were like stocking up on hand sanitizers and scalping them like fucking PS5s during the pandemic and selling bottles of hand sanitizer for $65 on eBay? And they had to like have people raid. They had to have the goddamn FBI raid their houses to take boxes of hand sanitizer and hand it out to people because they were like scalping shelves of toilet paper. Like, and Trump instituted a price gouging ban on that stuff. And now he's saying that a price gouging ban is communism, and people are like, hold on there, buddy. I love communism. I love communism. Rise up, comrades. If Kamala Harris is a communist, then goddamn call me Joseph Stalin too. Cause I'm in it. I'm in it to win it. I stole industrial toilet paper from work. Oh, your ass was down bad. You were taking that like 1 micron thin toilet paper from work and like packing it up for winter. That's the saddest thing I've ever. That's actually the saddest thing I've ever heard. Like you hear people like stealing food because they're hungry or something. That's stealing like Walmart toilet paper rolls because they're too expensive is probably the saddest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. That's desperation. That's third world country desperation right there. That's the type of shit you see somebody doing in a commercial that's in black and white while In the Arms of the Angel plays. Like, are you okay? That like a goddamn adopt a Chicagoan for 25 cents a week. That's crazy. I've only seen crackheads do that. Yeah, that's horrible. Are you okay? No, Shark, he's clearly not okay. You're right. During COVID, I'm okay. Like you were not. You weren't okay. You might be okay now, but you definitely weren't beforehand. Paint my ass red and call me Lenin. I might be a communist now. 2020 was wild though. Yeah, we were all struggling a lot during 2020. That was bad. That was quite bad indeed. That was quite bad indeed. Indeed. Anyways. My parents said something very interesting, right? Because both of my parents were poor at some time in their lives when they were younger, and they said, when we're poor, okay, when we ain't got no money, there is one thing that we never, ever skimp on, okay? There's nothing, we do not skimp on this one thing. And you know what that was? They said toilet paper. We will never cut the budget for toilet paper. They said that to me straight up. Never. That will not happen. You gotta have some human decency left, even when you're poor. And they said toilet paper will never be cut from the budget. We will never buy cheap toilet paper because we're poor. And I was like, wow. I was like, that's kind of a good idea, you know? Even if you're down bad, even if you're like, I might not be able to afford rent this month. Like I might have to like get on my hands and knees and beg the landlord not to evict me this month. Like the one thing that you never cut in the budget is toilet paper. You always make sure that you get get as good as possible. If you get desperate enough, you will. I'm just saying, like, obviously, if you literally have no money, obviously you can't get it. I'm just saying that, like, if there's any money to spend and you need toilet paper, you get good toilet paper. Because here's why, okay? If you don't, you just feel like an animal. You feel like an animal. It's just like, you can't cut that. Like, you can, like, yeah, like things can get bad. I get it. We've been there. I've been there. My family's been there before. But they said toilet paper will never be. We will wipe our asses like civilized people as long as we can. Just get a bidet. Can't avoid. You can listen. You can cut. They said cut the budget on food and all that other stuff, but like toilet paper will never be cut. And I honestly, I'll take that with me. I think I'll take that with me as a life lesson. Just use the water fountain as a bidet instead of the toilet paper. Yeah, FBI, this one right here. Beat them. Thank you. Begin the beating right now. Boy, boy, they're about to treat you worse than Malcolm X, okay? I'm sorry, but it has to be done. FBI handler, snap their bones. That's like, I don't believe in the death penalty, but if one was to be conducted on any criminal, I would say that I'd be less sad about that one. That type of criminal. That's just, there's just something wrong with that. There's something wrong. You're not built for a civilized society. I hate to be the one to say it. Not wrong. Bailiff beat his ass. Bailiff beat his ass. Anyways, you guys ready to do the other segments that I have planned today? All right, chat. This is up for you. This is a choose your own adventure. Okay. I have a couple of seggies planned. All right. One is the rise and fall and the insanely depressing and hilarious death of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s campaign and how he ended up defiling himself and his legacy for a crumb of clout in Donald Trump's administration. We also have Candace being chastised by Nick Fuentes for being too Nazi. And we also have the pedophile Tate bros. You've heard of the Mario bros? Get ready for the pedo bros. It's the Tate bros who have been arrested again with tens of new victims added onto their court case of human trafficking and sexual assault, two of which being minors. I have all that lined up. What about JD Vance struggling to order a donut? That's going to be in the RFK segment, actually. I gotta skip this. I'm not feeling the song right now. Hate to say it. Hard decision. This is scary. What you scared for? What you worried for? It's a Candace one. It's like it was between Candace and the Tates. I'll say, since it's between Candace and the Tates, I think I'm gonna pick. Okay, RFK then. I crave the RFK downfall seggy. Really? You guys are picking Candace? That's so curious. I thought Candace would be the one that you all would care the least about. How to get 50-50 again? You all are crazy. Okay, you know what? You know what? Because of this, we're picking. I've picked the segment. We're going with the pedo bros. We're doing the pedo bros, Seggy. You guys ready? Bogged. You heard of mogged? Get ready for bogged. That's what that was. That was bogged down by society. Tate on his Epstein arc. They are actually on their Epstein arc. We're full of surprises. Yeah, you're right. Saved my brain. I'm gonna tell you, all of these segments are insane. So I can't even blame you for being, oh my lord, what is that? I can't even blame you for being a little like torn on what to cover, because these segments are genuinely insane. Truly crazy. And so with that being said, RFK and Trump already did their Epstein arc. Yeah, they are finished with their Epstein arc, right? Let me see. Can I pull this up? I'm gonna go. I got something for you, okay? I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna use the bathroom here, okay? And then we're going to get to the pedo Tate segment, because they are. I think that's the one I want to cover the most. I guess it's the most time sensitive as well. There's also I think the most amount of stuff to read too. I got to do a decent amount of reading for that. So while that's being done, I'm gonna go use the bathroom, so I won't have to worry about needing to use the bathroom mid segment. I've been kind of drinking a little. I've been drinking a little drank. I've been sipping a little sip. And you guys get to chill out with the sharks and also Hassan Piker. Hopefully he doesn't say a slur while I'm gone. So enjoy this, and I'll be back in just a moment. Then we can cover the pedo bros. Hello? Did the music stop? What the hell's going on over there? But YouTube just stopped. This YouTube tab that I have just stopped working. The YouTube tab that I have my music in literally just stopped working. It's just completely frozen. What? Huh? I can't, it's resisting me reloading the page. I tried to duplicate it. I couldn't do that. But can I open something else up? Wait, something, okay, I think I'm just gonna have to delete this tab. This tab is actually cursed. This tab's actually cursed. Oh my gosh, it like resisted being closed too. What happened? What the heck is that's so weird. I'm kind of concerned. I can't lie. Let me see if I can reopen closed window. Oh, well, now it's back. Yeah, YouTube just really do be doing that, huh? That's so strange. Anyways, have you guys seen what's been going on with the Tate Bros? I know the story is just this story dropped like a couple days ago, but since the story dropped, there's been more things to come out, and so I wanted to wait just a little bit longer to put together something a little bit more complete before I went at it, because this is wild. This one's genuinely insane. Let me see if I can, yeah, and then I kill my stream. Murder it, actually. Obliterate. Is this how RFK can still win? Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully somebody who will obliterate the duopoly will come to our aid. Like RFK Jr. Okay. I guess. Okay, so the Tate segment. There's a Pedo Brothers case in Argentina right now? What, really? Are you serious? That's a bit worrisome. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm a bit scared with that one. Top 5 Brussels sprouts. The top 5 vegetables. Number 1, broccoli. Number 2, Brussels sprouts. Number 3, potatoes. Gotta be real with you. Potatoes are really high up there. Number 4, lettuce. And number 5, I think rounding out the list at number 5. I mean, I'm thinking, but like tubers, they're root vegetables. Yeah. Potatoes are root vegetables. Carrots, I don't like carrots. I hate to be the one to tell you, I don't like carrots. I do not like carrots. I am not a carrot fan. I'm a carrot hater. Even avocado, I hate to be the one to tell you this. I hate to say it, but like I don't think an avocado is a fruit. I don't think an avocado is a vegetable. That bitch is a fruit. I know. But actually, never mind. I'm gonna remake my list. I'm redoing the list completely. I'm obliterating the list and I'm redoing the list. Here's my top 5 vegetables. Okay. Actual top 5 vegetables. Actual real list incoming. Okay. Tomato, number 1. After that, onion. The use cases they just go so crazy. All right. 3, cucumber. 4, potato. Tomatoes are fruit. They are fruit. That's a vegetable. Anyways, 5, bell pepper. That's the list. Top 5 vegetables. Just be like that. Just be like that. Bold high cucumber placement. Here's the thing, because cucumber, My ass just be eating cucumbers just off the vine. I be inhaling them bitches. The other day I was hungry, and so I unwrapped, you know how they individually wrap English cucumbers? I circumcised the whole cucumber out of its package, and while I was driving to go pick up the GF from work, I ate the whole thing in the car. I was just holding it with one hand, driving with the other, and ate the whole English cucumber just like that, and it went crazy too. And I'd have another one on the way back if I could. Burping up seeds is weird. I don't know how to tell you this. I'd hold your hand if I was there with you in public, like in the real world when I tell you this. But if you're burping up cucumber seeds, and that's like a common thing that happens to you when you eat cucumbers, you might need to seek medical attention. Like, I don't think your body should react like that every time you eat a vegetable. I'm just gonna be real with you. I don't think your body should react like that every time you eat a cucumber. I'm gonna be real. I've never burped up cucumber seeds. Who's an animal? You've never just straight up eaten like an English cucumber? Just take a chunk out of the English cucumber and just like, you've never like had cucumber in the fridge? Like, man, I kind of want to eat something. And so you just grab like a little snack and you use like a cucumber as a snack. You like just cut off like a chunk like that and just kind of eat it. You don't do that? You don't just eat some cucumber every now and again? No, never? Okay, well, this is why your doctor has a frown on his face every time you go in for a checkup. Oh wait, you don't do those either. Crazy, isn't it? This is why sometimes you wake up with that random pain in your ribcage, okay? That's why you wake up with that random pain in your ribcage and you think to yourself, it's my time has come. Okay? The reason you don't eat cucumbers like that, that's the reason why that happens to you. I'm just gonna be real. I don't want to be a hater or nothing. That's not even fair. It is pretty fair. Who can afford that shit? A cucumber? Dog, cucumbers are like $1. What do you mean? Who can afford that? It's a $1. Like you grab a cucumber. What, like an English how expensive are English cucumbers? Do you live on the peak of the Himalayas? Where like 17 Sherpas need to relay race your groceries up a damn mountain before it gets to you? Like, what do you mean? Cucumber is like 50 cents to $1. Yeah. What do you mean? Bro, I live in Massachusetts. Fuck you, coast bitch. Like I don't know. Sorry, I don't know what it's like to live. I don't know what it's like to live in a city where your living conditions is you are like stacked on top of each other like a fucking Russian nesting doll, and so all your shit is like 50 times more expensive. I'm like 500 miles inland in Kentucky, and my cucumbers are like a couple cents, dog. Boston ain't cheap. But are you sitting here and telling me that you like an English cucumber is $5 for you or something? Are you serious right now? Are you being real, or have you just never bought an English cucumber in your entire life? Which one is it? Is it just you? It's just every time that your ass walks into the grocery store, you walk past the fresh produce aisle. Is that it? Or do you like cucumbers where you live actually like $5 or something? Are you serious? I've been misinterpreted into content. Oh, you're saying the doctor is expensive. Okay. Not the cucumber. Okay. Imagine shaming an American for not getting checkups. I'm gonna be real with you. A lot of you all have insurance that allows you to get checkups, but you simply do not. A 2-pack of English cucumber from Kroger around me, $149. Fresh long English cucumber, 1. Individually wrapped from Walmart, 98 cents. There's like a deli near me. They sell individually wrapped English cucumbers, $1.99. $2.49, $1.69. Like there's one for like $2.98. Like I'm just telling you, I'm gonna be real. Like Target 99 cents. I'm just like, as if I'm paying $50 for a checkup. I'm gonna be so real. You see a video game come out and you spend $50 on that instantly. You think about your own mortal shell that you live in getting checked to see if it's like close to dying, and you say $50. Ew. Like that's, our priorities are like kind of warped a little bit. I can't lie. But yeah, I'm just be real. Like you could just eat a cucumber. You could just eat like a cucumber straight up, and you'll probably be a little satisfied because like a cucumber is a little bit filling, at least for a little bit. Like a whole, if you like down a whole English cucumber, I'm gonna be real. If you were just a little bit peckish, I'm just saying. Also, if you're one of those people who you just like to snack, stock up on a couple English cucumbers. I'm gonna be real. Not the normal cucumbers, not the thick boys, because the skin is just too thick. It's not a good eating experience, in my opinion. Like the thick ones, those are good for like being sliced into rounds or maybe Julietted. But like yeah, the English cucumbers, you can just gobble those down straight up with like not a care in the world, and it'd be perfectly fine. It's actually pricey. I live in the middle of a city and they're $1. Yeah, like, well, I mean, I was just reading off numbers from different places, but yeah, like I can just go to my local Walmart or something and pick up a cucumber for 98 cents or less. Do you salt your cucumber? I do sometimes. I don't do it all the time. You know, sometimes you can get like, you pour just a little bit of like sea salt in like on like a napkin or in your hand or something. You like just get a little touch and you like eat it. You can pour yourself like a little thing of like dressing on like a napkin, you know, just like pile it up on a napkin, just like fold up the napkin in a square to pile up the dressing, and you can just like dip it in there. And so there's very little waste too, because like you just throw away the napkin or something. It's easy too. Don't have to wash any dishes. Especially if you're somebody who just likes to eat, you like the feeling of chewing on something, you like the feeling of eating. Like you can eat a cucumber, it's basically like negative calories, honestly. Like you probably spend more energy eating than you do by like digesting the cucumber, and that does probably like bring down your like eating down quite a lot, honestly. And you need some water too. I know your ass sometimes has trouble getting water. Don't lie. I know sometimes your piss be coming out a little like looking like Cocoa Puffs milk. Alan, thank you so much for the gifted sub, helping Junkied doing the frenzy, being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, your pee coming out looking a little golden brown. Gordon Ramsay would be proud. Piss be looking like pickle juice. Lord, I hope not. Lord, save me from this great evil. You guys want to talk about Andrew Tate? Yo, 1 in chat if you've seen a bit about this Tate story. 2 in chat if you're like, huh? I want to know how chat's feeling. Oh, we got a couple in chat. On what? The new Tate story that dropped, the Tate brothers. One, just a hair. DeFranco covered it. Okay. I don't know how deep he covered it, but we are going to dig below the surface on this one. This one goes kind of crazy. All right. I know we haven't talked about them in a little while, but it's time to reach back to the great, deep, dirty, dark, dingy, damp, and disgusting depths that is the whole of the Tate brothers. Andrew and Tristan Tate. We haven't talked about them in a while, ever since their court case back in 2023. The beginning of 2023 kicked off with them being raided by Romanian police for human trafficking, a bribery, assault, and pimping, as well as connections with the Romanian mafia, kicked off, where they are both put on house arrest and are currently being investigated by the a special police division of Romania, DICOT, for their crimes they committed against several women. We ran a couple stories on that, and so you should be able to see some of that here. Like if I remember to make it pop up, those we made a couple of videos about the story that happened back then. But as the investigation dragged on, not much had happened since then, and the story kind of died down as they were allowed to move within Romania and leave Romania and come back as well, while their court case went on, because it is quite a large court case. But it seems like we're not going to see the end of this court case anytime soon, because it has blown up and blown wide open once again. What happened is that just a couple days ago, as of this recording, the Romanian police raided the Tate's residence again, but this time things are far worse than they were originally. Andrew and Tristan Tate's home was raided for allegations for new allegations that dropped involving minors. Two of them, 115 and 117. Things have gotten bad for them. And I want to cover the story because it has quite a couple of twists and turns, and it's something that's been an open secret for quite some time that just nobody has really talked about. Because he has a lot of gaggers and a lot of glazers out there that really want you to forget the fact that he is that he is an R-wordist, human trafficking pimp with connections to the mafia, who is committing several heinous crimes that he markets himself for himself on his Hustlers University, now called just University course, and that's where he makes a large chunk of his money. Along with kidnapping, abusing, and pimping out women. Mass police officers in Romania carried out fresh raids earlier Wednesday at the home of the divisive internet influencer Andrew Tate, who was awaiting trial on charges of human trafficking, assault, and forming a criminal gang to exploit women, sexual style too. Romania anti-organized crime agency DICOT said it was searching 4 homes in Bucharest and nearby Ilfov, I think that's how you pronounce that, Ilfov County, investigating new allegations of human trafficking, this time involving 2 minors that Andrew is accused of abusing. Tate spokesperson said everything is wrong, everything is cringe, we haven't done anything wrong, and women are evil. Dozens of police officers and forensic personnel were scouring the Tate's large property on the edge of the capital city of Bucharest. During the entire criminal process, investigated persons benefit from procedural rights and guarantees and the presumption of innocence, things along those lines. They were formally indicted on several crimes, including what we talked about earlier, and they had a court case in April where the Bucharest tribunal ruled that prosecutors' case file against the 4 met the legal criteria that the case should start, but did not set a trial date for it to begin yet. The ruling came after the legal case had been discussed for months prior, and where a lot of this came from was wiretaps and other in other ways that the police were able to gain information on the Tates. Now, if you remember a while ago, from the last time we talked about the Tates, police did actually wiretap the Tates home, and they actually released some of those recordings. They actually released some of those recordings along with the press briefing they did of the fresh raid that they did on the Tate's home, which is incredibly damning. Now, mind you, the court case that they have here for the for his criminal gang, sexual exploitation of women, human trafficking, kidnapping, pimping, all that type of stuff is already really bad, but it was on top of the other cases where he had that he has now in the UK. Other cases were filed against him for SA from two women who claimed that he assaulted them. And once these cases are done with, he will then be extradited to the UK. Andrew Tate, minimum, will be extradited to the UK to face those charges as well. And if everything is true that we know of, and if some of these damning clips are as true as they try to make you believe that they are, he's then going to be extradited to the US, playing like legal musical chairs to face justice for the crimes he committed in Romania. He specifically moved to that country for. Mind you, a lot of people are going to say that these are some pretty insane charges and they want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I get it, but remember, Andrew and Tristan Tate are people who admitted they moved to Romania specifically because they believed that Romania had a lower age of consent, laws, meaning that they could have sex with children. Andrew and Tristan Tate admitted that they moved to Romania specifically so they can have sex with children because they don't like the fact that federally, the United States age of consent is 18. They think that's too old. It's kind of disgusting that these people are the ones who talk about like some sort of PDF mafia or anything when these guys are literally like the new like the new Jeffrey Epstein. These guys are genuinely sick. And on top of that, one of Andrew Tate's ex-girlfriends even came out recently to say how she even heard that Tate used to talk about casually seeing men accidentally choke women to death while being abusive to them in acts, you know. Listen to this.
That's the reasoning behind like why some girls don't like it, because they're scared they're gonna die. I've actually seen some guys accidentally, how funny is that? Actually accidentally kill their girlfriends during the sex because they were choking them that hard.
Yeah, it's pretty disturbing stuff coming from the Tate bros. But we have some video of what happened. They actually locked some of their doors. So the police, DICOT, the special organized crime division, genuinely had to break through the ceiling. Oh, Jesus, loud as heck. Had to break through the ceiling in the Tate's home to be able to get in and conduct the raid. They genuinely had to climb on top of the roof to be able to break through the ceiling into the garage to arrest them again and actually go through the process of starting to raid these guys again. DICOT, open up! Open up! Open up. So things have gotten bad for the Tate bros. And there are actually and I want to go over a thread of a Romanian journalist who covers some of the things going on with the Tate bros, because things are getting kind of crazy. Okay, we have some updates on the Tate case from DICOT with a total number of 35 victims and with details of alleged crimes. Long thread, but it's worth it. We're going to go through just a bit of this. Prosecutors in the Organized Crime and Terrorism Division have ordered the detention of 6 defendants for serious crimes, including forming an organized criminal group, human trafficking, and more. New revelations have emerged from the case with investigation documents. Foreign and Romanian citizens allegedly formed an organized criminal group in Romania focusing on human trafficking and exploiting vulnerable individuals, mostly women, and now some being even minors. Now, mind you, this is not out of the ordinary for the Tate bros. Tristan Tate specifically said he really likes them young. He likes them young, and he was even, and young girls from Eastern Europe have said that Tristan Tate had found them on Instagram and like to send them strange emojis in DMs to get their attention. Some girls as young as 16, I believe some 15-year-old girls even came forward about how Tristan Tate messaged them to try to get their attention, to try to get them, fly them out to Romania, where some of these girls had their passports then sequestered by the Tate bros, stolen, hidden, and or destroyed, so they couldn't move freely around the country, and then they were kept at the Tate's residences and brutally abused. That's just some of the allegations coming out from these guys. Producing disturbing pornographic materials for profit as well. Two of the defendants using the Loverboy method and taking advantage of the obvious state of vulnerability of the 34 persons. 35 is the total number, including 2 minors. Actually, this was written before the second minor was announced. Actually, the suspects reportedly generated $2.8 million. And 887,000 crypto tokens from exploiting these victims. From 2014 to December 2021, one of the defendants, a foreign woman, one of the defendants, a foreign citizen. This is one of the Tate Bros lackeys, by misleading and taking advantage of one of the obviously vulnerable minors, a 17-year-old foreign girl, transported and sheltered her in several locations located on the territories of Great Britain and Romania, where he forced her to perform horrible acts in order to produce OnlyFans content and then sell it to create money off of it. And so this is a multinational multinational child sex trafficking ring that that Tristan Tate and Andrew Tate were making money off of, that spans from Great Britain to Eastern Europe, like Romania. Also in the charge, it noted that starting from December 2020, he repeatedly had engaged in criminal acts with a minor then aged 15 in order to hide and disseminate the illicit origin of the money resulting from the commission of this crime and human trafficking. Between December 2023 and July 2024, the two defendants purchased and registered 4 luxury cars in the name of other people who were close in their circle. At the same time, in the attempt to prevent the discovery of the truth, they took actions of clearly intimidating. They took the actions of a clearly intimidating nature and acts of corruption against injured persons and witnesses in order to induce them to not give statements to the police and give false statements, so they stay in line. With regard to the two defendants, Romanian citizens, from the conducted investigations, it emerged that they acted with the aim of hiding the investigation in this criminal case. So, incredible article by this journalist. Make sure to go check them out. This is a really good read. But the things that they've been doing is incredibly disturbing. At the end, they were arraigned in court again for their new charges that DICOT levied against them for two for these 2 minors. Andrew Tate was sentenced to house arrest for 30 days as they go through his court case, and Tristan Tate was put on parole, where he can't leave the country anymore. They used to be able to leave the country, but they can't leave the country. The fact that Andrew Tate was put on house arrest again means that I believe that the judge thinks that he is genuinely a danger to the public, to the point where keeping him to the point where he's presumed innocent. So they're not just keeping him in jail, but he cannot leave his home anymore. That would be too much of a danger to the public. I want to take a look here at some of the court documents that were released as well. It was even upgraded again to 49 victims across all of the cases that they're being hit with right now, spanning from the UK to Romania, and once again involving these 2 minors, 117, 115 as well. This court document from 2 of the women who accused these guys of assault in the UK released this document as well a little while ago, about how they were also taken advantage of in this human trafficking ring as well. Yeah, almost 50. Yeah, that's not even everybody as well. There are other women out there who just haven't been able to find yet, because they have a long list of women that they've abused. DICOT released this article that was interesting as well that I want to just take a quick look at. I want to translate this page. Thank you. Remove the original. Thank you. Thank you. The two defendants using the Loverboy method taking advantage of 34 injured persons. Remember, 49 in total, just 34 in this case specifically, and many different locations in Romania and also abroad as well. The result of the home searches, the sums of approximately 26,000 euro, 6,000 USD, 5,000 British pounds, and two luxury watches, laptops, data storage units. They got the damn hard drives, man. It's actually over. It's actually over. Documents and other evidence was identified in the seizure, as well as 16 cars. Remember how they tried to money launder their CP money by buying luxury cars? So all those cars that you saw Andrew Tate flex in all of his videos, some of those cars were actually bought with money that he acquired from abusing children across multiple countries, selling that content online as well as on OnlyFans, and then taking the money and then buying luxury cars with them. They took those cars too. 16 luxury cars in total, all of the luxury cars from the Tate compound captured and driven away by Dicot. Nasty, nasty stuff, disgusting stuff from these genuine monsters who are some of the biggest content creators still to this very day online. It's just so gross. So this is what CP money can buy you. This is what CP, what you're watching right now is what CP money can buy you. It's disgusting. It's so gross. I hate these people so much. I said it before. Listen, I don't want to repeat it much, but like, downed like stray dogs, possibly. If all this is true, down like stray dogs. They cannot continue on this earth. They cannot continue. They need to face the wall. I'm going to be honest. They need to face the wall. Them and all of their supporters need to face the wall. Very interesting story. Now, please face the wall. Okay? And now this is something that this shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, okay? Remember how I told you, and if you've kept up with the story, you would have known that the Tate Bros specifically said they moved to Romania so they could have, abuse children because they believe that the age of consent in Romania was lower. This is not something that you just pull up. They have a long documented history of saying and admitting to doing horrible things to people. Many of them also children. Remember, he was on it was a Full House. What was that? Big Brother, the TV show Big Brother. He was actually kicked out of the TV show Big Brother when he was on it. Back when he used to be back when he used to still flex really being a kickboxer, because a video came out of him abusing a woman that he was selling for money. In the back end. I'm not going to show you that video. It is in this video that we're going to be playing, but I'm not going to be showing it to you for obvious reasons as well. But they have a long history of admitting to doing horrible things for money. Not Full House, sorry. Big Brother.
She's like, I'm only 16. I was like, give a fuck. Know about me.
It was a pretty well-known fact that he had kind of a network of young girls.
Do you know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck would I ref for you? You've got a fit sister who's 16, maybe.
Muslims have the best frame on earth. I want a virgin wife at 16 who's going to obey me. That's what I want.
You know, you said it looks like I'm in a teenage girl's bedroom.
Yeah.
To some people, that would be an insult, but to me, I find that quite flattering, to be honest.
Face the wall. Face the wall. This has just been out in the open. Some of these videos are from like 2013, 2010, 2015. These have been out for years. They've just been actively praising, announcing, gallivanting around the world about how they love children. They want to abuse children. How nice it is, how fun it is, how they love the idea of a lower age of consent. This is something that they've just told us all that just a lot of his fans just simply don't care about or agree with. It's disgusting stuff.
You know, like, That's exactly what you'd expect.
I'm fucking all these 16-year-old women or 18-year-old women, whatever.
Women, 15-year-old women, he said. I'm going to be, listen, this might be news to Andrew Tate. A 15-year-old girl is not a woman. Oops, slip of the tongue. That's not a woman. His actual position is, if there's grass on the field, play ball. His genuine position is that, like, 12-year-olds should be free game for him.
Law is in America. 18?
It's 18 usually. You get married at 16. I think.
All right, in Romania, it's 16. Sorry.
He employed or forced, we don't know, to do video chat for him and who knows what else.
The girl you start with is the most important girl, because the girl you start with is going to be your bottom bitch. They call it your bottom bitch on the street. My first girl was so good, it was easy. You got to get a good one. And you're only going to find a good one by fucking a lot of hoes. I've got my main bitch, my bottom bitch, Vivian.
Okay.
So, Vivian here. That's how it started. I met Vivian in Slovakia.
So yeah, all across Eastern Europe. It's not just, it wasn't just Romania, all across Eastern Europe. Vivian was 21 at that point in time. He likes him young, remember. At that point, she was 21. But he knew her for 6 years.
To start doing my webcam company. So Vivian's been with me 6 years.
So he's been with Vivian for 6 years, right?
Because Vivian's younger. Vivian's like 21.
Vivian's 21. And at this point, he's been a girlfriend for 6 years.
So Vivian here.
That means that they met when she was 15 years.
That means they met when she was 15 years old. So he was flexing the fact that he had been grooming, assaulting, abusing, and selling CP of a 15, 16, 17-year-old for 6 years. And that's what his supporters like about him. People know this. This was in his course. Just, videos like that were in the course he was selling people. That Hustlers University course that he was shilling constantly. That's what he was selling people. He was selling people a course to be Jeffrey Epstein. He was selling an Epstein course, okay? He was literally selling an Epstein course, and only now we're getting him. This has been going on for over 10 years at this point. This guy's actually been YouTube Epstein, and just nobody cared. Remember back in like 2019, 2020, where peak Tate love was blossoming, and you get absolutely obliterated anywhere for even raising a finger about how this guy might be a creep and a villain. It's disgusting. Bottom bitch. Oh, he's literally a pimp into the piranha tank. Yes, I'm not sure. Yes, he's literally a pimp. Yes, he's literally a child trafficking pimp. He's literally a child. He's Epstein. He's literally Epstein. We're not exaggerating when we say this. This is not hyperbole. He's literally selling an Epstein course. He has multiple children who he's been abusing and selling CP of for years. He is YouTube Epstein. He always has been YouTube Epstein. Everybody's known this. He sells a course on how to be Epstein. The Epstein playbook. Yes. Everybody knows. And just none of them care. That's all. And some of them even aspire to be like him as well. That's the course he was selling people. He's not been shy about this. This is no secret. Yes, they wiretapped him, and we're going to be looking at some of the results of some of that wiretapping because it's insane. But yeah, no, this is just what he sells. He's been open and clear about being a child pimp since the day he blew up online. And all these YouTubers and all these content creators, they know what he's been doing. He's sold them the course. He's been shilling this course. They've heard it time and time and time again, what he's been doing. They just don't care. They just don't care. They know he moved to Eastern Europe because they had a lower age of consent. They know that he's been doing this with very young girls, some even being children. They simply don't care. Yes, hammers. Everybody grab a hammer. We know what to do. Grab a hammer, you know what to do. 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 And that's not even it either. Tristan is actually the one who likes them young mostly. Tristan even likes them younger than Andrew. Tristan's the one who specifically gallivants around saying that he's had a 16, 17 year old girl who's he's been abusing for a long time. This is him in a conversation with Rich Cooper, who's a Tate adjacent red pill YouTuber too.
The true abundance mindset of you can have the pick of the crop. You can have the world's most attractive women. I mean, one of my main chicks has 200,000 Instagram followers, and I took her virginity when she was 17.
No response from Rich. No response. He barely even blinked. He's like, I've been assaulting a 17-year-old girl as a 30-year-old man. I've been assaulting 17-year-old girls as a 30-year-old man for years. And he's like, cool, epic. I'm not joking when I tell you they know that they brag about abusing children across the sex trafficking children across the world on some of the largest YouTubers platforms. And these people just post it and they just upload it and they don't think twice about it. Rich Cooper's a large YouTuber. He did not care that Tristan Tate said that. He uploaded it. He allows Tristan and Andrew Tate to advertise sex trafficking children on his YouTube channel. Like that's, I mean, I just don't know. I just don't know what to tell you. I just don't know what to tell you. This guy, Rich Cooper, he gets like 300,000 views a video sometimes. Like 200,000 views here, 200,000 views here, 100,000 views here, 200,000 here. He's not a small YouTuber. And he advertises sex trafficking children on his, he allows people to come on and advertise sex trafficking children on his content, and barely without blinking. But this gets us into the Dicot wiretap. I told you a while ago, it was reported that they wiretapped his home, but they didn't reveal exactly what they found. Now, to give more evidence and more proof for why they decide to treat them the way they did, they decided to release some of the transcripts from the wiretap, and it showed some really damning, disgusting stuff. Basically, what it showed, as a summary, is Tristan and Andrew Tate talking about how they abuse women, how they use their bodies for money, and how they steal money from them while lying about how much money they're getting to be able to keep them subservient to them, as well as punishment structures for women who step out of line as well. And some of those punishments including SA as well, allegedly. We'll get into that. As well as forced pregnancy as well, to decommission girls by forcibly getting them pregnant, like sheathing them as well. And once they're pregnant, they kick them out because they're no longer useful to them, and they send them back to their home country without a way to contact them. Once again, they control these women's passports too. So we can take a look at some of the transcript here. This is Tristan's Tate speaking. By the way, we're gathering the lambs tomorrow. That's what he calls the women, lambs. Like lambs to the slaughter for the Tate bros. He literally refers to them as lambs. Like, I don't know how much like rapist, murderous, like cartoonishly evil you can get besides literally calling your victims lambs. Like, okay. All right. Then you check their accounts and they talk about how the women are doing, how they're producing, like how well they're producing money, as well, which girls are good, which girls are bad. And another a wiretap interception. Am I on the right translation? Yes. There are a couple this originally was in Romanian, so I had to translate this. So little caution here. This had to be translated. This coincides with what some people who I've seen who speak Romanian have said. So, but some translated words here could be off. In another intercepted conversation, Andrew Tate is distributing Andrew Tate is disturbed by the reaction of a girl whom Tristan seems to have had contact with. Andrew is talking about the punishment of this, the R word. But the word is in quotation marks because it may be in a different connotation, possibly. He could talk about like he's R-wording them as in literally committing, the physical act, or R-wording them as in just abusing and exploiting and taking advantage of them. Both horrible, but we're not sure exactly which one he meant, but we know he used the word against this woman. In the conversation with them, he's like, who cares? Tell him to get over it. Andrew said, before I R-word her again, he says, again too, before I R-word her again, he can go to hell from that day on. And Tristan said, I don't care. I almost went to jail for that mess. And so he talks also about how he almost got caught by the police because of one of the actions from one of the girls. And this is the punishment that he is, explaining to his brother, Tristan, that he enacted on this woman for almost blowing the lid on their whole operation and almost getting him caught by the police. That punishment being this R word here. What he meant by that specifically, we're not sure. But he did use the word and how he uses it as a punishment for the girls too. Take him out back, bro. It's time. It really is time to take him out. The big sleep. He needs it. The police didn't take her into protection. These girls are in protection now. This is just from the wiretap that they got. They had to listen to him for a while. As well. Investigators captured another shocking discussion between the brothers. First, Tristan talks freely about hitting on women. He threatened to beat a girl who disobeyed the brothers' orders. At the end of the conversation, the brothers divided their duties. Andrew would take care of the video chats. Tristan would take care of the pimping side of the investigation. Right? Now, Abby lost her mind yesterday. I might kick his ass. She was very drunk or bang her. Right? You keep the video, you keep the website going. I'll keep the pimping going. As well. They also talk about how they force the girls into 6-hour shifts a day, lest they face that punishment. Remember, lest they face the punishment here, which could be beatings or this word as well, that always looms over their head if they are not producing enough money for them. After they, once again, human traffic them to Romania, keep them locked up in their compound, and steal their passports if they are foreign. Some of them, once again, being minors. A small part of the amount was also distributed to the victims as well. This is something that Andrew talked about, how he takes the lion's share of the money that the girls make, not allowing them to see how much money they make, and then giving them a paltry slave wage to keep them obedient. Sometimes it could be like $1,000 a month, but some of the girls produce, as he said, $17,000. Sometimes in 2 weeks, I made 14,000 pounds. It's all covered by profit, he says. It's another $1 million a year. And then they give these girls about $1,000 a month. Once again, $12,000 a year is their wage when they could easily make $1 million a year from having their content, their bodies sold and abused by the Tate brothers for money. And so things have gotten just really, really bad, right? They said, should I send him 1,000? Some of the him and hers theirs, it's a different. So you see him a lot here. Romanian, I believe, like the him and her, that can be a bit different. So the translations, the him and her might be a similar word. That's what I've seen from some translations and people talking about the translation. This is why I'd say just be careful with the translations. We're not necessarily sure which one is a him or her. They're mostly talking about women here, so it's sometimes it's her. You just have to be careful. Sometimes they're talking about each other, and so they say him. Yeah, and this is one thing about the decommissioning of women who are no longer useful to them anymore. Is where I talk about get her pregnant and send her home. That's how Andrew Tate deals with women who are no longer useful. In a voicemail sent by Andrew Tate to his brother, he advises him to stop getting too close to one of the girls and get her pregnant so she will be finally decommissioned so they won't have to deal with her anymore. It's good to know you're with Abby, bro, but my advice is to get her pregnant. I don't know why you play this game. Get her pregnant and send her home. That's the only reason why I let Viv get away with so much is because she's in her prime. Anyways, he came here. It was arranged. I had to leave her pregnant. How long have you been how long are you going to let Abby work? Especially now that you got another one pregnant. So once again, there's a pattern of behavior that they decommission girls by forcibly getting them pregnant. You'll find out. Do what you have to do. I'm over the past. Webcam. I used to like webcam. That's my advice. Do what you want. I leave her pregnant and get rid of her all summer. I want to have a stress-free summer. So he forcibly gets these women pregnant and then sends them away. So they have to deal with the baby. So they're not in his, I would say in his hair, but you can't really, I guess he doesn't have to worry about that. Right. So this is the Tate brothers. This is the Tate brothers. This is how disgusting and genuinely evil these people are. I can't say anything besides the fact that they are simply evil. This is evil incarnate, and this is evil that's been promoted by several YouTubers, several large gaming YouTubers, right-wing YouTubers, red pill YouTubers. Candace Owens did an interview with them, having with like fawning praise about these two brothers. We're going to look at some of those interviews here in a bit when we talk about Candace Owens as well. But one last thing that I want to leave you with is that Andrew and Tristan Tate said that they wanted to move to Romania and Eastern Europe specifically so they could commit these terrible acts to children because the age of consent in these European countries is usually lower. There's only one problem with that. Even though the age of consent is lower in some of these states, that doesn't apply to them. Now, yes, they have shitty British accents, and yes, they usually live in Europe, but there's one big problem for Andrew and Tristan Tate, and that's actually George Bush. That's actually George Bush. When Bush was in office, he passed a very interesting law, a law that I can't disagree with. It is a law that protects children abroad when Americans travel to different countries. If you are born in America, you cannot travel to another country with this explicit purpose of exploiting another country's age of consent laws. If you are an American citizen, if you are born in America, you are bound. George Bush passed a law that made it so you are bound by the United States age of consent minimum, and that is 18. Now, you've been listening about how Andrew and Tristan Tate have been speaking about through this entire segment about how they love girls young. They like them young as possible. Slightly post-pubescent is their favorite flavor of children. And they thought that they could get away with it by moving out of the country and going to those countries because they didn't think that America's age of consent laws apply to them anymore. Well, that's not true. You will be faced with a federal charge if you travel with the intent to engage in illicit conduct in foreign places, production of CP outside of the United States, trafficking of children by force, fraud, and additional jurisdictions and trafficking offenses. This is exactly literally Andrew Tate's business model. And it's a crime, a federal crime as well. He cannot get away with doing this. It is a crime to do what he did. It is a crime, and a federal one at that. And I would say thank you, rare, incredibly, exceedingly, almost impossibly rare George Bush W, but this is a George Bush W. And people forget, okay, one very important thing about the Tate brothers is that even though people call them British British kickboxing a duo, they are both Americans. Andrew and Tristan Tate were born in Walter Reed Hospital in Washington, D.C. They were born in the United States. They have United States citizenship. They can travel to the United States. They are United States citizens, and they are bound by United States age of consent laws. And they belong in jail. So not only now, if this reaches all the way up to to the DOJ, they can be arrested and charged and found and convicted in Romania, extradited to the UK to face the SA claims, and then extradited again to the US to face the CP claims, which is something that I hope to see, because these two men should never see the light of day again, and they should never be allowed on the internet. And these are people who Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, happily. Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, as well as other YouTubers and content creators, treat as just some cool guy who likes being rich, and who likes to flaunt his money, and not an actual danger to children across the world that he flaunts being. It is sick and disgusting. I was shocked when I found out all of this information, and you should too. These people belong in jail. Their supporters belong in jail. If I'm going to be real with you, the people who promoted his type of content and his crimes and his criminal organization deserve to be charged as well, if I'm going to be honest with you. Aiden Ross? Yes. Aiden Ross should be charged with a crime too. I'm going to be real. I'm going to be 100% real. And all the other content creators as well. Candace Owens, she should be charged with a crime too for aiding and abetting a international child sex trafficking ring that the Tate brothers have been promoting gleefully on their content. And I even think that the Twitch, YouTube, Twitter should be held liable for allowing them, TikTok too, should be held liable for allowing them to promote the most disgusting, evil content that I've ever seen in my entire life. An international child sex trafficking pimping organization treated as just a funny, interesting meme is something I thought I'd never see. Epstein, welcome back. I hate to have you. Yeah, Tucker Carlson too. Yeah, jail. They all belong in jail. So yeah, so I had to go over that because I didn't know how deep it went. I did not know how deep it went. But yeah, the Tate brothers. But hopefully, Joe Biden, throw the Tate brothers in jail. Joe Biden, put the Tate brothers in the contraption. I'm begging you. Joe Biden, obliterate the Tate brothers. That's all I need from you. He will go down as the most cherished, effective, and amazing president if he ended the Tate brothers. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. What crimes? Aiding and abetting a child sex trafficking ring. Those crimes. Yeah, I want to talk about this soon, but we have a segment I'm planning for Candace Owens specifically here in a bit. I want to touch on it a bit because she interviewed both the Tate brothers and she actually went insane. She actually went insane in both of those interviews, to the point where her neo-Nazi followers have started to jump ship. Because they're actually going after Andrew Tate for making neo-Nazis look bad. She's that crazy. I'm not joking. Mamala, do what needs to be done. Didn't the Tate brothers get banned from almost all social media? YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, etc., with the exception of Twitter? I think they let them on for too long. I'm gonna be real. I still think they should be sued. I might just be angry. I might be going too crazy. I might just be angry. But can you blame me? I'm baby. Can you blame me? Yeah, we gotta call the Avengers, the X-Men, Men in Black, the FBI, CIA, FDA, FCC, the ADF, all the three-letter agents, just go PETA, NLRB, OSHA. Just FAA, yeah, the FFA, yes, all of them. Just send all the three. I don't care if you're a three-letter agent. Go get them. Go get them. Everybody have their turn. Everybody. JJK. Domain expansion. Please drop a domain expansion. Hey, Hades. Malevolent Shrine, Andrew Tate, and my life is yours. With this treasure I summon 8-handled Sela, Divine General Maharaga. What's his full name? What's Maharaga's full name? I always miss a word in there. FFA, all of them. Just send all the three-letter agents. Hello from Texas. Hello from Kentucky. Something long. Yeah, here. With this treasure I summon 8-handled sword. With this treasure I summon 8-handled sword, Divergent Sela, Divine General Maharaga. Look. 8-handled sword, Divergent Sela, Divine General Maharaga. Cook him. Cook him. Cook. That's a long name. I mean, he's a big boy. Big boy need a big name, don't he? It was kind of badass when he said it, wasn't it? Drop the Megazord on him. The future farmers of America have a surprising amount of power. Yo, pull the tractors out. The one with those big spinny blades on the front. I'm a God-feared, hard-working combine driver, clogging up the road in my plower, chug-a-lug-a-lugging 5 miles an hour in my international harvester, yeah. Spent 18 years with a farmer's daughter. Listen, if you live in like the Midwest and the South, you know what it's like to be driving down like a 2-lane road, trying to get somewhere in a hurry, only to meet your greatest fear, which is some goddamn farmer driving from one end of his property to the other on the road in his plower, chug-a-lug-a-lugging 5 miles an hour. With the damn like attachment on the back and the strange contraption on the front. holding up a line of like 15 cars, and cars have to worry about people who need to go somewhere need to wonder if they should risk accidentally getting into a head-on collision with the people in the opposite side of the road to be able to pass the John Deere delinquent. I've been late because of that. Yep. You know what it is. And the train was coming. Ooh, it's so over. It's so over. It's horrible. It's horrible. When I'm driving down Kentuck back roads, it happens to me every now and again, and I genuinely hate it. Them tractors need a sports mode or something. They really do. They need to be able to like kick it into high gear. You know, like at least like 25 miles per hour. I'm going to be real. Like 5, 10, 15, that's just kind of diabolical. Like there's no reason for it to be that low, right? Like, or am I wrong? Like, incorrect. All right, Pico. You okay? I moved my chair back. I didn't know Pookie was back there. You okay? He's frozen now. He won't move an inch. You all right? There we go. He's moving now. Stuck behind the Amish buggy. I remember when I had to serve Big Macs to Amish buggy drivers when I was in McDonald's. Oh, he laid back down. He's tired now. He's asleep. He's one sleepy baby. Yeah? For real? Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes the Amish guys, they drive through the drive-through with their with their horse-drawn buggies, and you know, pay with cash and orders of McDonald's. I mean, like, we treated them just like a car. Like, they pulled up to the speaker, and they were like 10 McDoubles, please. And I'm like, you got it. Pulled up to the window, paid their money, pulled up to the second window, got their food, and we're on their way. I mean, there's nothing. That's how it is, dog. It was no problem. Did the horse order too? No. Horse did not order too. The horse got no food. They should not be eating. The Amish people shouldn't be eating Big Macs either, honestly. But listen, I will tell you that horse was round. That horse was fed well. Okay, they weren't like overweight, but you know when you see an animal and you're like, oh, look at your tummy, you're well fed, buddy. That's what that horse was not. That horse was. I did not see a single rib on that horse. I'll tell you, that horse was well fed. He had no qualms with getting no Mickey D's that day. Does your horse want a 20-piece? One of the girls I was working with offered to give the horse an ice cream cone. He said, no, thank you. We shouldn't be giving him that much sugar. Yeah, he said no technology, not no Big Mac. Sometimes they come by and order some McFlurries. The horse said no, I'm good. He said, I'm good, thank you. We didn't offer the horse any apple slices. When I started working there, we started phasing out apple slices. Remember, I started working at McDonald's when they started phasing out tenders, apple slices, if you remember all that stuff. Snack wrap. I started working there when that stuff got phased out. Like the first year I worked there, that stuff got phased out, so. Yeah, that's all that went. Yeah, it was definitely cool. It was a fun ride. Man, it's late now. We didn't get to the J. I mean, I streamed for 4 hours, but we didn't get to the JFK stuff. There's so much stuff we need to get. There's been so much stuff going on. There's been so much stuff happening. It's been so packed. I hope you guys like the election update. It's like I didn't plan that, but I just had that on my mind. I've been had like polls and stuff on my mind. JFK, the RFK is scary. He is a spooky man, don't you think? Since your break, the news just went crazy. You know what happened to me? Like the news gods or something. Like maybe they wiretapped my home, and they were like he was just in the situation room, and he got a call from one of his lackeys. Right? He was like, "Hello? He's taking a mental health break. The news, dump it." And then the outpouring of news the news just kept newsing. It just would not stop. News, dump it. Jar Jar, thanks for the 10. I really appreciate. Thanks for that tip. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much. Thanks for the love. Incredibly kind. Thank you. Hi, howdy. Hey, what's up? Hello. Hello, what's up? Hello, what's up? Yeah, we talked about him defiling the corpse of that whale earlier this stream, yeah. What is a whale chainsaw? RFK Jr. found a dead whale while he was driving around in Mississippi. Not Mississippi, Lord, that'd be crazy. But he was driving around in Massachusetts. And apparently he just had a chainsaw in the car, so he chainsawed off the whale's head, stuck it to the top of the car, and drove it to New York. But the dead whale kept excreting rotting juices that fell into the car's windows while they were driving. Where he then did something to the whale's body after that. We're not sure yet. His daughter didn't elaborate on what they did with the whale head after they got it home. He did something. She didn't expand on what he did with the whale head after they got home. I can't tell you. They just didn't. She just stopped talking after that. Really unhealthy? Yeah, but no, he has an unhealthy obsession with like animal corpses. He just keeps doing stuff with animal corpses, and it's just like a serial killer. Yeah, like with that. He's just a peculiar guy. I assume he wanted to eat the whale. It was rotting. So maybe he wanted to eat the whale, but it was rotting already. It was already rotted. It was already decaying by the time he found it. And then when he was accused of eating his dog when this picture dropped, I will say this creature is very dog-like. And then when he illegally dumped in the Central Park the corpse of a baby bear cub. Why is it so grotesque? I don't really know why it looks like that, but it is very strange. It is quite a strange picture, I will say. This was accused to be his dog because he took this picture and then his dog disappeared. Or he was out on a camping trip. And we know that he has like a we know that he keeps doing strange things with animal corpses. So like I wouldn't be surprised if he did. I'll be real. I'll keep it a stack with you. I had to listen to Behind the Bastards 4-part series about him. It's insane. Well, maybe we do. Was he just a kid who was given too much money? Well, I mean, he was born in like a family that was just way too much. They just did too much, yeah. I mean, they're like a super duper famous family and everything, yeah. Nightmares after this. He's kind of crazy. Love Behind the Bastards. I haven't heard of them before, but I guess they just cover crazy people. Is that right? They cover bastards. They see what's beyond behind the bastards. Correct. Okay. Okay, I'm down for it. Seems interesting. Oh, apparently, also some information came out that Candace Owens admitted that she knew Andrew Tate was like a human trafficker since at least 2019. Like a minimum, she knew that he was a human trafficker since at least 2019, and she did not care. So it's been at least 5 years since she knew about his misdeeds. Gitmo. I think we all knew, but that makes me even more sick, right? It's not just something that was like, there, just kind of, just like floating around, like that was like a secret. It was, you can't even say it was an open secret like Weinstein or anything. It's just open. Like you just knew that he was that he was like trafficking children, and they just didn't care. Like they knew they like aided and abetted and gave a platform to a man who was selling child trafficking as a commodity, and the videos and creations from that, and they just didn't care. They just wasn't a problem to them. It was Sigma child trafficking, and they simply did not care. How she become even more of a piece of shit. We're gonna talk about this tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow to talk about more of this stuff. But yeah, Candace Owens has gone off the deep end. I know it's kind of crazy for me to say that. I know it might be hard for you to imagine how Candace has gone off the deep end, but I promise you, imagine Candace Owens, and if you haven't been watching her content, she has gotten worse. She has gotten worse. She's gotten so much worse. Way worse than you think. You know what's not gotten worse? Unfortunately, AI generated videos. Remember people were talking about that Australian Olympic breakdancer? somebody made an AI video, like a text to video of that, and it might actually be like cosmic horror. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like somebody made like an AI video of her routine, and it's actually, I'm genuinely honest with you, it's cosmic horror. It's actually cosmic horror. It's so scary. Have you guys seen it before? This video is floating around a bit, but I don't think it got 4 million views, like 5 million views, but it didn't like go insanely crazy. No, what the fuck, dude? When I tell you cosmic horror, dude, it's actually kind of horrifying. So what you're looking at right now, this is a text to video AI generated video of that Australian Olympic breakdancer girl. All of what you're watching right now is going to be AI generated, and it might be the scariest thing in the world. It starts off pretty normal, like okay, she's going at it, she's on the floor, and then it becomes horrific, and then it becomes like the scariest thing I've seen in my entire life. Like this is just that actually kind of makes my stomach drop. I'm gonna be honest. When I saw this originally, this shit made my stomach drop. I was kind of, I got scared. Like, ooh, like her ass, her body just turned into like an ass, and then her other ass just fell to the ground and turned into a bigger ass, and then like a man's head that was upside down just pops out of her sternum and drops down like a loogie. Good evening, frightening skin machines. The creature, I'm freaking out. This is me before I get my morning coffee. So true. And then they become like the leg demon with like balls for a head, and then they just become all legs, and then the head just comes out of no. It's so crazy to do AI generated videos. Is that, look at this guy, so you saw the guy's face, dude. What the hell is AI doing, man? Oh, it's still getting the fingies wrong too. Oh, this is like the scariest thing in the entire world. And then this one's my favorite, honest. When they let their nuts hang and then they just become like a biblically accurate angel. It's really horrifying stuff to come out of AI generated videos. This one's bad. Classic Toad nut drop. I just want to die. I just want to die. I don't want to live anymore. Actually, yeah, this was better than the dance that she provided at the Olympics, I will say. I need this vid. Oh, well, here's the person who posted it. You can look it up from here. Who can relate? That should not hang. There's some horribly demonic creature. The creature. Truly scary stuff going on. This is disgusting. But did you see this Carrie Lake ad? If you wonder why Carrie Lake hasn't led in a single poll since starting her election bid hasn't led in a single poll in the last couple of months after starting her election bid for the open Arizona Senate seat. This is why. This is one of her ads. So it's just like, it starts off kind of normal, and then it just kind of drops off the deep end. I'm gonna mute this, but you get it. Like you can get with, you know, me. Look, dude, why is she at the southern border? Why is she like praying at the southern border like it's the fucking like West Wall? She's praying at the wall like she's in fucking Jerusalem, man. It's just like oh, she goes to the border wall in Arizona and prays at it like it's some like a Abrahamic religious artifact. And the Levant. It's just crazy. Yeah, she takes her pilgrimage to the to the wall. You could have walls or you could have browns. You could have oil or you could have browns. Fucking browns. Yeah, it's just kind of this is why she hasn't been leading. Okay? This is why she hasn't been leading in a single poll. This is genuinely brain rot that nobody who is just like terminally online and has never registered to vote once in their life would understand. This might actually be cyanide to anybody over 25 years old. I'm going to be honest. Like if you know how they're like give a warhead to like an English peasant and they'd like die instantly. If you make like a 35-year-old pension like union worker watch this, I'm 99% sure they would perish instantly. What are the polls looking like for her? Oh, it won't pull up. 538 has really just completely become so garbage. It's really sad, honestly. I like 538, but I liked 538. It no longer apparently. Yeah, anyways, this is how the polls are looking for her. Let's see. -8, -9, -9, -4, -3, -7. Now she is down like seven points to Ruben Gallego, who is now polling almost at 50%. Yeah, like listen, I'm no Nate Silver Glazer, but I will say I have to admit that Nate Silver was really holding the ship together. I'm not sure. I don't want to blame E.G. Morris, okay? Or like, yeah, I don't want to blame Elliot G. Morris. I don't want to blame him, okay? Because I've heard that it was actually the ABC higher ups who have taken extra control over the site, which is why Nate Silver wanted to leave. That helped 538 like crash and burn. But yeah, it's not good. Yeah, not good. Just like Carrie Lake's polling numbers, she's going to lose this worse than she lost any of her other office bids, and it's gonna be bad. Why did she think she could do better with the Senate if she failed to win the governorship? Because she thinks that, listen, it's self-aggrandizing. She's around a bunch of dick suckers and glazers who tell her that she's the best thing since border walls, and she believes that she has it in her to win, and she needs to win to save America from the Browns invading our country and destroying our homeland. And so yeah, she thinks she could win after running and losing like again and again and again. Delusional. It's called delusions, unfortunately. Some women just be a bit delusional, unfortunately. Oh no, chat, I have something crazy for you. Chat though, I have something a little worrying for you. New poll just dropped from Texas, from a B rated pollster, likely voter screen, which is usually more accurate. From Texas, Trump +5 in Texas, only 5 points. Trump is only up 5 right now. If this poll is right, it's a relatively reputable pollster. Lord, if you hear me, that's striking distance. I wouldn't say striking distance since Trump is polling near 50, but it's quite close. This indicates like a close, like an even or closer margin than like an even or closer margin than 2020. Trump's it seems like Trump's numbers are tanking. It just kind of depends on like how you consider tanking, because it depends on how you consider tanking, like what you call tanking, because he's steady. He hasn't lost too much ground, like his vote share. He hasn't lost too much ground, but he has lost ground compared to Kamala Harris. Like Kamala Harris has been rising. It's been less of him falling and more of Kamala rising. Maggots are falling, coconuts are rising. Maggots are falling, coconuts are rising. It's more like Kamala Harris has been just slowly, consistently eating away at his lead, and then growing a lead, and then growing a lead on top of the gains the gains she made, closing in on 50% of the vote. Cool stuff. Sun Biden, Kamala rising, Moon Trump. So true. We gotta start hyping up Colin Allred in 2026. Listen, if he snap, can you imagine if Texas is going to be the new, like, if the Texas Senate seat is going to be like the new Georgia Senate seat? I'd actually fall out of my chair onto my knees and I'd start crying. I'd be like, that'd be crazy. I don't really believe that that's what's going to happen. I'm not betting on it. But chat. Things are looking a bit insane. It's looking a bit insane with it. It's going a bit insane with it. I don't expect it, but Ted Cruz getting cooked would be really funny. It would be really, really funny. He would deserve it too. I only believe in Dave Rubin's predictions. Wasn't there a video about Dave Rubin's predictions and how bad they were? What, didn't somebody make like a Dave Rubin stupidity compilation? It wasn't everything, because that'd be a whole year compilation. But yeah, there's like a Dave Rubin stupidity compilation that got cooked up. I wanted to watch. I haven't watched the whole thing. I saw only like bits and pieces of it from clips that people posted, but I want to watch the whole thing. I bet it goes crazy. Like how he's simply incorrect about everything. It's kind of, it must be a talent to be wrong about literally everything, huh? Dave Rubin or Tim Pool? Rubin. Tim's stupid too, but like that Rubin one. That Rubin one, from what I saw, whew, that was bad. Oh, but she. You saw it the other day? Oh, must have gone crazy. Must have been so tasty. Can you imagine? Delish. Decision Desk HQ bumped up Kamala Harris's potential of winning the election to 55%. She crawling. She do be crawling. You bless me with this. You give me something so amazing. Thank you. I'll leave it a like. Well, let's watch it tomorrow when I'm back. Only saw others react to it. I haven't seen it. Thank you, bestie. I appreciate you for this. Oh, there's a video of Kamala Harris having a wholesome and kind human reaction to some supporters' little babies. You guys want to see? You want some joy? After listening to disgusting, evil demons who walk amongst this earth, you guys want to see some? You guys want to see like a normal human being a good person? Take a look at this. Baby. Yo, who did that baby's braids? Look, oh my god. Oh my, they're so clean. Yo, what the hell? You see that baby's twin braids? That's insane. Oh my, who's her hairdresser? I've been looking to get some twin braids soon too. I'm gonna be honest. My girlfriend can't braid. You know, they always said, oh, get a black girlfriend. She'll be able to do your hair. I got one. She can't fucking braid. I'm sorry. Like she's asleep right now, so I can say this, but her ass has not been helpful on the whole braiding, doing my hair thing. I'm gonna be real with you. Like I feel like I got get a black girlfriend, they said. She'll be able to do your hair, they said. This one. I rolled a low number on her hairdressing abilities. I'm gonna be real. I did kind of get scammed. I'm gonna be real. I did kind of get scammed. Clip it and send it to her. Do not. Someone tell her what Shark's saying. I mean, there's no need for that. Really. She's gonna wake up and kick your ass. She told me herself, she was like, I cannot. She said, I don't know how to braid. I can't braid your hair. She said, I can do twists. If you want some twists. But she treats me like her little sim. Like while I was gone, she like put my hair in like little finger coils or whatever. I just had to sit there while I was like looking at some stuff on the computer. And she did like finger coils in my hair. But yeah, don't worry, she knows. She knows her ass cannot braid. Anyways, baby.
Are you good? Yeah? I missed you. Are we ready to do this? Yes. Yes.
Look at this guy.
Unfortunately, she cannot vote.
We are besties. We are
besties.
Hi, honey. So beautiful.
Is it just like, I don't want to be mean, but these women are so small. I don't want to be a hater. I'm not mean. I don't want to be a hater. I don't want to bully. But these are some of the smallest women I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, isn't it so crazy how women can just be so tiny? I noticed that. Look how small they are. Look, that's an infant, okay? This is a toddler. Look how small this woman. How did she do that? Women are truly incredible people. How does she do that? How'd she make that? How'd they get that out of her? How'd she make it in her? And how did they get it out of her? She's so tiny. Kamala is 6'1". Yeah, right here. This is the difference between this is the difference between 6 foot and 5'11". Chat, Kamala's 5'4". And somehow this woman is smaller than this one. Chat. Kamala Harris is 5'4". How small are these women? How tiny can these women get? What's happening? That woman is, yeah, this woman's literally 3 apples high. Oh nah, I thought. Bosh, then my mother is taller than Kamala. A lot of women are like 5'2". This shit is not 5'2". I'm gonna be so real with you. Kamala literally has a head on her. Kamala has a whole head on her. Now, I will say, Kamala's wearing heels, okay? But. This woman's also wearing like Nikes with pretty big soles in them. So like, I don't know, maybe Kamala's like pushing, she's 5'4", so maybe she's pushing 5'6" here. This woman's like 4'11", 4'10", maybe 4'9". This is a small woman. Like right here too. Like if this woman's wearing like, she's like wearing flats. Maybe that's like an inch or something. These are the smallest human beings I've seen in my whole life. Yeah, she 4 something. The Dragon Age elves. There's a handful of people shorter than me at work, and I'm 5'1". Are you good? Tim Walz is 5'7". Is he? Fake news. Fellas, how tall is Tim Walz? As a fella, he's tall enough. Short Abe Lincoln. He's a lot taller than her, especially when you factor in she's probably in heels. He's like, apparently he's between like 5'8" and 5'10". People are saying that. Some people are saying he's short. Where's him standing next to people who we definitely know the height of? I mean, like, yeah, he's taller than Kamala Harris, but not like too much taller than Kamala Harris. Oh, what the hell? Oh, wait a second. I feel like his height be changing. Wait a second. Wait, this is Walz meeting Biden, and he's like the same height as Biden, and we know Biden is 6 foot. What the hell? Some people said he was kind of short. Biden is not 6'5". Biden aged. Biden is still 6 foot. I don't. Where's? I don't. There aren't too many other pictures of him standing next to people. Apparently, he's not the type of guy to stand next to people that crazy. Who's he with here? Let's see. That's so funny. Tim Walz, he's so goofy. I saw a couple conservatives making fun of Tim Walz. They said he reminds them of the bumbling dad in like sitcoms, and I'm like, that's kind of like you guys are cooked, you know that, right? Like, for him to be likable and quick on his feet and to remind you of like a fun, lovable cartoon character, like him being a Disney dad, you guys are actually finished, you know that, right? He reminds me of a loving, silly father. What a loser. Yeah, okay. I tweeted this out, but like, yeah, Tim Walz's kid was crying when crying with joy when Tim was like giving his acceptance speech for the vice presidential nomination, and I tweeted, I was like, conservatives were attacking Walz's kid because He was attacking Walls' kid because the only time their kids cry is while they're beating them. And I was like, I can't lie, I was kind of cooking with that one. I'm gonna be real. Yeah, he's quite a bit taller than Harris, who is once again 5'4". So he might be pushing like 6 foot. It's true. It's true. Who's this? This is him standing next to Kathy Hochul. How tall is Kathy Hochul? Hochul? Yeah. A little over 5 feet tall. So she's like 5'1". Lord, get me out. So Hochul's like 5'1". And he has a head and shoulders over her. So yeah. Hochul. Yeah. So yeah, he's like, he's probably like 6 foot. The internet is saying 5'7" or 6'1". Well, that's the same height. To me, that's basically the same height if you think about it. 5'7", 6. It's still taller than most women if you think about it. Anyways, Kamala Harris interacting like a normal person with baby.
Yes, baby. Bye, honey. I'll see you next time, okay? Okay, high five.
She didn't want no high five. She want uppies.
Okay, I'll see you next time.
Better
See you later.
We're gonna go listen. And what's
You're
your
gonna
cheer?
come listen, okay?
Okay, we're gonna
You're
cheer.
gonna come listen.
We're gonna cheer.
Yeah.
What's your cheer? Kamala.
Yeah. There we go.
Her braids are. I'm not gonna lie. Her braids are clean.
I know.
That girly braids are clean.
I love you.
That was cute. That was cute. Now let's compare and contrast to JD Vance interacting with people as well. So this is JD Vance going to a donut shop and trying his very best to act normal. Oh, wait a second. Why is this one so quiet? There we go. This one's louder.
The zoo has come to town. Thank you for letting us come.
Here we go.
The zoo has come to town. Thank you for letting us come in here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm sorry, man. Okay, yeah. She doesn't want to be on film, guys, so just cut her out of anything. Appreciate that, man. I'm JD Vance. I'm running for vice president. Good to see you.
Okay.
Halloween work here.
Okay. So like dude, this is so crazy. So like, what did they not like vet who's working? Did they not vet like who's yeah, like the people to make sure that they want to be on camera? Hey, I'm JD Vance. I'm running for vice. Okay. What do you want? She does not care. How many donuts do you want? You know what's also worse about this is that there are videos out there where the woman's face is still shown. Like she was like, I don't want to be on camera, and they still released the video where her face is on camera. Like, why would you do? They didn't like not all sources like blurred her face. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Yeah. So I'm glad we can use this one where we I don't want to like spread this woman's identity around. She said she didn't want to be on camera. I feel you. But yeah, this is just insane. Dude's get replaced by RFK Jr. That's the saddest thing I've ever heard. But they're so right. I wanted to cover that sometime soon.
I've been here since the beginning of July.
Okay.
For this year.
Okay. Good. How
Good.
Almost 2 years.
Okay. Good.
How about you, sir? 2 years. Okay. Good. You didn't have like you're not gonna bounce any good? I've been working at this donut shop for 2. Good. That's good. Good. Yes. Interesting. Hello, human. How long have you maintained employment at this establishment? at this eating establishment? 2 years. Yes, indeed. Quite interesting. One round fried dough sweet, please, human. This is my first time visiting this fine eatery. Okay, dog. Yeah, sure. All right, yeah, man. One dough fried sweet, please. How many carbohydrates come in your sweets? Hello, sweet eatery worker. I would like to inquire about one dough fried sweet, please. One with a sugar covering. And a couple for my comrades as well. How long have you maintained employment at this eating establishment? Yes, good, good. Please, everyone, the grunt would not like to be captured on film. Good, excellent. Indeed. Maintaining employment is something humans find very fulfilling, yes? Ooh, can I get that light-colored one? With the small, sugary, hard debris placed haphazardly on top. You know I am running as the Vice Admiral for the executive office of your country. I wish to rule over you, human. What say you? Why does he have to act so This is just proof that these people have never in their lives had to, like, ever since they've gotten money or fame or clout or anything, just completely disconnected themselves from the lives of normal human being. When we tell you that there's like different classes, it's just, this is what I'm talking about. Dude is literally an alien when around normal people. Like, he's like, the lives of your average person is genuinely foreign to him, where he cannot act normally around people who live average lives. I'm running for first subordinate for the ruler of your country.
Just everything, yeah. I mean, a lot of glazed here, some sprinkle stuff. Some of these cinnamon rolls, just whatever makes sense.
Whatever makes sense? What the hell does that mean? What does it mean? I'll take one of your sweetened rolled dough products. Whatever humans would order. Whatever us humans would order, I mean. Oh no, his costumes like he had to fix the face on his costume, like pull that shit back into a ponytail. On his disguise, it's just sprinkle stuff. Sprinkles? Sprinkle stuff, he said. How long has this place been around?
About 4 years. Okay.
You didn't have any questions, like you were gonna bounce off of these people, like anything. Like he didn't think, he actually does not, you know, they set this up, like, you know, he actually had nothing in his head for how to interact with like normal people while ordering donuts. Nothing cool, nothing interesting, not like asking about them or anything, right? Like not even going more into about like running for vice president, what he wants to, he could have been like, you know, like give a little like, you know, 1-2 about like how, like what he wants to do for them, like about like I was gonna be like, oh, how he worked at like a business like this, but he probably never has, so he doesn't have any experience.
How long have you been here?
A little over 6 months.
Okay, good.
Good. Good? Bro, he keeps saying good like a weirdo, man. What the hell? Ooh, I said something like, notice how JD Vance and Trump haven't been seen together in like weeks. Chat, have you noticed that? How like JD Vance has not been anywhere near. Like Trump has actually been keeping him at arm's length. He actually has been sending him to states across the country from where from where he's going to be. He genuinely doesn't want to be seen with him in public anymore. He doesn't want to be seen with him in public anymore. They're even pretending that like that RFK Jr. is his new running mate. They're calling that like RFK Jr. endorsed him and they like took pictures on stage and they actually said like this is the ticket. Like RFK's is on the ticket or something. They genuinely regret picking this absolute freak dude. This freak dude. Where's the compare and contrast with Walls at that other shop? Like what happens, how these are actually supposed to go, what they're actually supposed to look like. When somebody who isn't kind of creepy and weird walks up, like people who like a guy who actually knows how to interact with normal people. Can I find this? I thought I saved it, but I couldn't. I was scrolling for a second. I couldn't peep it. I couldn't peep it. Let me see if I can peep this real quick. No peeping. This is like anti peep. Did I not save this? Oh, I thought I did because it was. Oh yeah, I did. Here it is. Yeah, this is how these are actually supposed to go.
Sorry to hold things up for you. You know, we really came just to go to runs and then we did a little rally up the side.
No kidding. Amazing. Oh my gosh, I'm such a big fan. I'm from here, right here. I went to school at St. Charles.
Did you really?
Yes, Nebraska.
Wow, smiles.
So I'm West Point and then Valentine. That's you.
Right, yeah.
You went Shannon State.
And wow, now and then he naturally sparked up a conversation about his military service and how he went to West Point. And he's like, wow, cool, yeah.
That's you.
Right, yeah.
You went Shannon State.
Was there runs at West Point?
No.
There's now.
Is there really?
Yes.
Nice to meet you all. Sorry to disrupt your day.
No, great.
In case that we were not going to Nebraska without stopping and getting a run.
No, and we're even taking some home.
You're taking some back with us.
We're taking some. I think the order's under Zach.
You know what the largest new lines I got today was?
It's just kind of wild how it's just so different. This is why Harrison Walls are polling really well with people who care about me. Because Vance and Trump, Vance is literally a venture capitalist who runs on being connected to like Appalachians and Middle America and coming from poverty. While getting rich by disparaging, exploiting, taking advantage of, and stealing from and lying to those same people who he claims to have some sort of deep connection to. Walls is just like a normal guy, really, truly a normal guy in like every sense of the word, right?
For somebody who doesn't know what a runs is, they would call it the hot pocket, which is an insult for all life. And then the best two things together are killing somebody. This is awesome.
Yeah. So what's your
He made a little joke about hot pockets and everything.
runs? We have a whole bunch of people rather than have it.
Dude, he knew his name when he walked out. He was like, "Yo, Tim Walls." Don't you think it's so crazy how like Walls has not mentioned that he's running for vice president. Walls has not mentioned that he's running for vice president. Walls has not mentioned his name even. They were like, "Yo, Tim Walls." And people come out and they're like, "Yo, Tim Walls." JD Vance had to be like, "Hello, I'm J." My identification is JD Vance. I am running for vice admiral for the ruler of your country. What say ye? Just an absolute freak. I feel like that voice I'm doing is like reminiscent of some cartoon character or like anime character, but I can't exactly tell who. I feel like it's like it's like airing on Frieza or something. I never watched Dragon Ball actually. It's just the voice that comes to my head when I see the way that JD Vance is interacting with people. Zim? Yeah, it's like Frieza mixed with the Joker. Invader Zim? I don't think I can talk exactly like Zim. Zim's voice is very funny though. Maybe a little bit of Zim. Yeah, like Zim, Frieza, and the Joker. And that's the voice. Just like me. Oh, Vance doesn't recognize joy as an emotion. Isn't that actually true? Wait. Didn't like a reporter ask him what makes you happy or smile, and he yeah, it's this. It's this clip, ain't it?
A little bit different here. You've been criticized as being a little too serious, maybe angry sometimes. What makes you smile? What makes you happy?
Well, I smile at a lot of things, including bogus questions from the media, man. I mean, look, I think if you watch a full speech that I give, I actually am having a good time out here, and I'm enjoying this. But look, sometimes you got to take the good with the bad. And right now, I am angry about.
He really does wear eyeliner, huh? Like I don't want to bully him for his guyliner, but it just doesn't work with him or something. I don't know. It's very noticeable. I don't know why. It looks like his eyes were drawn onto his face. Maybe that is a mask.
About what Kamala Harris has done to this country and done to the American southern border.
I can find no joy in what Kamala Harris has done to our beautiful country. That voice has too much personality for Vance. Yeah, you're right. My bad. It's a mask. He's got the emo girl raccoon eye. He really does. You see it? Maybe he just has beautiful lashes. I don't know. Maybe it's not eyeliner and he just has big, beautiful boy lashes. That could be it. He could just be blessed with those big, beautiful, thick boy lashes. It might be that might be it. He definitely fucked that couch. As you see, reporter, I always find joy when I'm on the cusp of gaining power. Yet my opposition, I find no joy in their rule. Freak ass. I'm having a good time down here, but I'm actually really angry. Haha. Every day I'm fuming. Every day I'm the angriest I've ever been. All right. Girl duck. Shark, here's our opinions. Guyliner, mod check, Timmy boy. Yeah, so true. True and real. Real and true. Accurate and factual. Correct, I concur. White name detected. We're fans of the white names as well. We let the white names in. We don't discriminate yet. Have you ever seen her cross-dressing? I did. You know what's really sad is that like the craziest conservatives have like a history of like just cross-dressing a little bit for fun, like just throwing a wig on and just being silly for a little bit. And every time you see a picture of them doing that, they look like the happiest you've ever seen them. Like when they're actually just having fun, not worrying about maintaining appearances or, you know, trying to act tough or anything, or like putting on a front. They genuinely look like happy people. And then like afterwards, it's just like that you see their body is just full of sadness. Crowder, Madison Cawthorn, JD Vance, just look at them. It's almost like they felt free. That's true. They got a taste of real freedom once. Before the culture war BS. Proof the culture war sucks your soul out of your asshole. Hate to see it. Huge L for the boys. But I think that's it for me for tonight. I've been going on a little long. 5 hours, 30 minutes. I'll take that. That's a tasty stream. I want to be live a little bit earlier, especially since we have stuff to already talk about. I spent a good chunk of the day preparing a couple of segments. So forgive me for getting started a little later. But yeah, we should be here again earlier tomorrow. Going over some more stuff. Candace Owens being too Nazi for Fuentes. RFK, we'll do that RFK segment on how he obliterated his campaign and how much of like a sad clout lapdog he is. I also want to talk about Donald Trump and Fox News continuing to Horny post and give very strange, uncomfortable comments about Kamala Harris and her appearance and the fact that she's a woman, as well as the weird race stuff that that Trump has been on and how he actually can't control himself. I also want to talk about there's some other stuff out there as well. Thank you, Jarjak, for the $10. I really appreciate you. Bye. See you. Good night. Thank you. Take care. Thank you for that. Thank you. Also, I think I want to talk about Mustafar. Some ordinary gamers. He said he left. I heard that he left Twitter because there was too much anti-Indian racism, and like slurs for Indian people on Twitter just trend sometimes. I remember it happened not too long ago. I think it's a little ironic because he's literally friends with I think it's a little ironic that this is what pushed him over the edge when he's literally friends with what's his name? What's that super racist guy who had that who showed his ass on when debating Destiny? Who's that guy? What's JonTron? Yeah, how he's still like actual besties with JonTron, who personally thinks I'm subhuman and should not be allowed to maintain any political power in the country, lest it be to the detriment of the actual deserving whites. Like he posted a picture of him of his boyfriend, racist boyfriend JonTron, not so long ago, and he was like me and bestie, and then he had the audacity to leave Twitter and be like, I can't believe there's so much anti-Indian racism. That's what I heard, at least. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, and I'll accept it if I could be wrong, if that's true. But I would just listen. I don't think there should be any racism anywhere. Personally, I just don't think I would be friends with somebody who's like racist towards. I don't know. It's a little bit of like leopards eating my face. I wasn't expecting I thought that they were just gonna clown on the blacks. I didn't think they were gonna come for the Indians too. I thought JonTron repented after the Destiny debate. No, he just stopped talking about it. No, he wasn't like, "Oh guys, I was totally wrong." No, he just stopped talking about it. And then all of his like fans and everything just stopped caring. Or actively support it, right? It's one of the two. No, he doubled down and then stopped talking about it. And then like his fans and like the people around him like you know, that whole group of his friends and fan and everything, they either support him openly, support him privately, quietly, or tacitly, or just don't speak about it. Just be very very silent about it. And once again, I don't think that means that he deserves racism to be thrown towards him. I don't like any racism. Actually, I would like to think I'm anti-racism. I'm not a perfect person, but you know, I mean, I probably said or thought bad things before, but I mean, just like I try my best. People like JonTron genuinely try their worst. The PewDiePie is just chilling at the top of YouTube despite everything. I mean, like once you become popular enough, you can kind of do whatever you want without having to worry about it. JonTron's one of those people where you could just do whatever you want and really not have to worry about it. I think PewDiePie is actually not as bad as JonTron. Like PewDiePie, PewDiePie is not, as far as I know, he's not ideological. He doesn't have like a belief system that he adheres to. He's just a guy who lives on the internet and does not spend time outside enough. Oh my gosh, Underrail Lover, thank you so much for the $50. Yo, favorite emote out for Underrail Lover. Thank you so much for the 50. That incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the $50 tip. I appreciate you. Take my money, funny man. Take my money, funny man. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the love. Thank you. Isn't he living in Japan or something? Yeah. As far as I know, I think. I don't know, maybe. But yeah, no, as far as I know, like PewDiePie isn't like ideological. He doesn't have like some belief system that he adheres to. He's just a guy who spent way too much time on the internet. And is around a bunch of very white, very online people who also spend too much time on the internet. Right? Like the whole gamer words thing, right? That's that's what I see in PewDiePie, right? Somebody who he does it like basically what I'm saying is that malice doesn't like cross his mind. There's no like ideological framework for his belief system or anything. He's just like he just soaks up opinions from people who he's been around and he sees on the internet, right? Like posting the N-word and shit is like that's just what, like, you know, boys he was around just do. And so that's what we just do. That's kind of what I think of more of how I think of PewDiePie. I don't think he has some like belief system behind it. JonTron is kind of evil. Yeah, I think like PewDiePie when like that like the N-word bridge and stuff came up, I think what went through his mind more is like, oop, people don't like that, or I can't, oop, like that bad things will come to me if I say that, or like let that one fester, like let that one go, rather than like I did something wrong and that was wrong of me. Right? That, yeah. So That's my opinion. I'm just giving you my opinion on how I think of it and what I think. JonTron's actually like, I've spent time concocting reasons for why brown people are worse than me and why they need to be discriminated against specifically. So yeah, like that's much different. Gamer word was noticed. Wait, actually, substantial part of my audience was saying that bass. Maybe I should signal to that part of my audience more. I don't think he's been doing. I just don't think. I mean, I don't keep up with PewDiePie content. I was never like a big PewDiePie fan. Like I watched a couple of his like meme review videos, but I've never been like a PewDiePie fan ever. So I can't tell you if he like signaled more to like the racist in his community or something. All I know is that I mean, like your audience becomes big enough and like there's just like the people he's like around and everything. I wasn't a Tobuscus guy either. Do not put that evil upon me. I don't think he just doesn't seem like the type of person who's like let me lean into that. I think he's somebody who's like, he sees like a monetary and or like publicity loss for that type of like behavior. So he stops or hides it for that reason. Right? Like, but I don't think like he can recognize that is like seen as an incorrect thing to do or say. And so he abides by that, but doesn't have any like ideological reasons for doing either. Honestly, for doing or not doing that action. And I don't think I just haven't seen him like quote signal to that part of his audience. Like when he was doing all the stuff that was seen as like bad, like the sending slurs to like the indigenous Africans for $5 to get them to look stupid. That's just what they did back then, to him. That was just YouTube back then, for him and his content and stuff. So that was just you, and it was actually just YouTube back then. Honestly, should they have known better? I mean, these are grown adults we're talking about. They're not children. Yes. But yeah, I just don't think he like, once again, he doesn't think of it ideologically like that. I don't even think he thinks of it monetarily like that. It was just, that's what people did and it seemed funny. And that's just kind of it. I just haven't seen him like signal that part of his audience or anything. Like after all that stuff happened, I haven't heard him do or say any of that stuff ever since. I just haven't. Maybe you have. Maybe it's out there. I don't know. But I haven't seen it. I think he was like, oh yeah, I can't, like, it causes trouble when that stuff happens, so I just won't. Now he just does whatever. That's just kind of it, right? And honestly, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't care about fighting what goes on secretly in somebody's head. I just don't care. I care when somebody like says or does that type of stuff out loud. That's when it becomes a problem, because that's when I have to deal with it. Whatever random bullshit's going on somebody else has said, I mean, like I don't like, unless like I personally know them or something and it like comes up, like I'm not gonna try or worry about ever like trying to spend time to deal with that or figure out what's going on in their head. I can't tell you, right? If he's actually like a bad person, but he shuts the fuck up about it, and it never rears its ugly head ever again, like good. I hope he uses the YouTube money to give his child a good life. Remain silent and take care of your kid, take care of your family. Cool. I was a JonTron Tobuscus fan. I'm sorry, friend. I'm sorry for that. Now that's suffering right there. Stronger than the troops that you're still around, honestly. Live long enough to watch your goats. Live long enough to watch your goats dry up. He hasn't posted in at least 4 months, so that's good. But Donald Trump posts like once he's like one of the content creators who posts like twice a year, gets like 5 to 16 million views on a video, and then just like I don't know, moves on. Right? So I guess he's just posting like normal. He's just too rich right now to worry about posting a whole lot, right? And I mean, I guess like compared to his peak, his videos haven't been getting as many views. Like, sure, but like, I mean, does that really mean anything when his videos are getting 1 million views every time he uploads? Like, he just gets injected with, like, every time he uploads, he gets like injected with like a couple tens of thousands of dollars. I mean, like, I don't know, right? Like, once again, yeah, it's a bad guy. He was a pretty bad guy, but you know, as long as he doesn't do that racist shit anymore, like, you know, as it is. Good thing my goat Boogie hasn't fallen off. So true. Yeah, you're right. Thankfully you're safe with that one. Where's that video? I can't find it. Does anybody have the Boogie video where it's like chopped and skewed, and it's him screaming, "I hate being alive! I hate being alive! I'm in so much pain! I'm in so much pain!" I saw that one the other day. This shit was hilarious. I hate being alive! I hate being alive! I hate being alive! I'm in so much pain! I'm in so much pain! Help me! Help me! Help me! Help me! Oh, the chat bot doesn't work. I'll have to fix that. Thanks for letting me know, friendo. Thanks for alerting me. Yes. You're right. I'm sorry. I was too loud. I'm sorry. Forgive. Yeah, true. The only Boogie that I respect is Boogie Woogie. Todo. Gracias. Todo. Ah, oui. Oh, where's live chat from the screen from? Sharky.cc. S-H-A, I mean, you can, right here. SHARKY.cc. That's where you find the goodness. That's site chat for you right there. Not the chopped one. Oh, I wanted the crazy sounding one. I'm looking. I know I liked the video, but I don't know where I didn't save it, unfortunately. So I can't just find it. And it makes me very sad that I can't just. I wish I saved it. It was so good. It was so funny. One second. I'm scrolling. I think I can find it. I believe I believe I can find it. I have so much faith in my heart that I can find this. I swear it's here. I know I didn't like it that long ago. I've been trying to spend less time on Twitter. I know it's in here. Join. You should join. You should join Site Chat. Site Chat's amazing. Site Chat's a really fun place. You get the best emotes this side of the Mississippi. I'm gonna be honest with. I'm gonna be real. It's quite a nice place. Now you get to be seen on stream. You get to a higher chance of your comments being read. Isn't that fun? You get email. You can subscribe, and half of your money doesn't go to a multi-billionaire, a multi-billion-dollar multinational corporation. Only like 5 to 10% of it goes to a multi-billion dollar multinational corporation, as in PayPal. And then the at the end of the year, like 20% of it goes to the United States federal government. But other than that, yeah, pretty good. The boogie one, I haven't been able to find it. You'll not be in the ignored chat. So true. So true. Fuck the ignored chat. Add this to the playlist. I'm so dedicated now. I have to be able to find this. I can't. It's hard for me to continue on without being able to find this. You know what? I'm so sad. Where is this video? It was so funny. 3 Feline, thank you so much for the tier 2. Thank you for joining the frenzy. Being incredibly pog, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you for that. Thank you for the love. Thank you. You're too kind. Far too kind. Favorite emote out for the bestie. Favorite emote out for the bestie. Yeah, I can't. And I'm so sad. I don't think I've actually been more sad than I am right now. I've fallen into what many people would call a deep depression. And I'm not sure if I'm ever going to be able to get myself out. This is just horrific. Horrendous, terrible, awful. Just truly sad. There's the 18-minute. No, not the 18-minute one. I don't want to have to listen to that goober for that long. That's too much. That's going too far now. You're doing too much. I appreciate you though. That does mean a lot. That does mean a lot to me, I will say. So sad. Yeah, I don't think I can find it. It was from too long ago. I've been scrolling this whole time through my likes. I'm at the part where I was liking videos from like the DNC, man. It's starting to get bad. I've never been this down. I'm desperate now. Oh, I'm in peak desperation mode. I'm gonna be real with you. Have a good night. Thanks for watching. I appreciate you. Don't let me keep you up too bad. Man, yeah. I think I might have to call it quits. This is so sad. Oh, I might have to keep. Oh, I forgot about that one. That one was so weird and freaky and kind of disgusting. Yo, chat, have you heard that TikTok song that dropped? The one about that like that song about like Mario and Princess Peach, with Peach cheating, where she be creeping on the low. That one went kind of crazy. The GF has actually been listening to that on repeat. She's actually had it on loop for like the last 2 days. I refused. I found that on listens. It came up on my Twitter timeline. I did not use Twitter to get it. I did not use TikTok to get it. I promise you, but no. Excellent. It was excellent. It was perfect. It was so good. Yeah, and I can't find it. I'm so sad. I'm actually filled with depression. That's crazy. It was such a good stream, but now I'm I'm experiencing the worst pain I've ever felt in my entire life. I think I'm experiencing worse pain than any human being has ever experienced in the history of mankind. Damn. Crazy. 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 That's sad. Anyways, but you guys haven't heard it? You really haven't heard it? It went a little, listen, it seemed like a meme song, but then it actually turned out to go kind of hard for really he put a lot of effort. It was like a high quality effort post, I will say. Like that's something my man spent like at least a week, probably more, like a couple weeks, maybe even a month or two creating. It was, if you've ever heard of effort post, this is what it is. And it's crazy how you think of it. It's just like an idea that popped up in his head at one point, and he turned it into like a creation. It was something that makes you appreciate the human mind, like something that it was really something that AI cannot replicate. Yeah, this guy. It's something AI cannot replicate. Just wait for the breakdowns. They got a breakdown too.
Don't say she won't ever record, turn a cheating princess to a housewife. Don't say let her gaslight, she ain't no victim, she came over last night. Don't say she won't ever record, turn a cheating princess to a housewife.
It's just, I'm telling you, it really is an effort post. It's truly remarkable. I can't lie. It's truly remarkable. I was surprised. I was like, are you serious? Not Toadette. Yeah, they got Toadette. They put Toadette on the poll, man. Oh, name? I mean, the creator, B Scott, Too Hot. On TikTok. This is the one that posted, at least this is where this was posted. I'm not sure about the original creator. All I know is that B Scott Too Hot is who posted this one on TikTok. And I believe they're probably the original creator. You found it? Is this it? Yes, you're so right. King George, King. This is it. This is the one I was talking about.
I say over and over and over again, I hate being alive, I hate being alive, I hate breathing, I hate being alive. I'm in tremendous pain, I'm in tremendous pain. Help me, help me, help me. I'm in so much pain, I'm in so much pain, I'm in so much pain.
Oh, me when the McDonald's worker forgets my Happy Meal toy. Yeah, JD Vance when he has to answer a question from the media about if he did or didn't fuck a couch for the 500th time this week.
I say over and over and over again, I hate being alive, I hate being alive, I hate breathing, I hate being alive.
It's so good. I mean, when JD Vance tries to make small talk with me, yeah, it does hurt. Download to be safe. Don't worry, I put it in my bookmarks. I got still. Don't worry. It was so good. Like the chorus is good, the breakdown is good. It's I don't know how they do it. I don't know how he did it, but like that song actually genuinely went crazy. Send me money, all right, that's actually it. That's actually it. That's actually it for tonight. That's actually it. That's actually it. I gotta go. I gotta go now. I gotta go. It's not 2 a.m. I gotta go. Thank you. I love you all. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate you all. You've been way too kind today, but it means a whole lot. Thank you so much, Nitros 420 for the 50 bits. Glad to have you back, Shark. Not enough optimism in these still uncertain times, but plenty of optimism nonetheless. Time. Thanks for the 50 bits. I really appreciate you for helping out. And thank you all for watching and remaining a part of the frenzy. And I hope to have you back for another meme stream. Have a good night, everyone.